on the track and want to stop. So I need 8 colors. I need number 6 right in the middle. So find your spot, find your spot. I think you need to cut the whole thing down like another inch. Yeah, cut an inch off the whole bar. Oh yeah? Don't take it off, we'll try. Alright, so race number 19, make sure we're getting those stops. Here we go, race number 1, round 2 getting away. Race 1, roll out, check the next package, right? Pretty close.
All right, we're getting back underway here for round number 2 of qualifying at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. This is heat number 1 of Truggy. Again, we're doing qual points this weekend, so each round starts a new round. Forget about what happened in the last one. Focus on this one. So we'll have a new TQ set for round number 2 here early out of this first heat. Oh man, running down the pipe, down the back straightaway.
So only 3 guys making it out there for this one, just like last round. Wells, Morgan, and Wells.
Sounds like a law firm. Good open track for these drivers. And again, we're doing water every 4 heats. So the way that's worked out is after this heat, we'll see water being applied to the track. We see our A main Nitro Buggy contestants out there turn marshaling as they were the last heat to have run. Right now we got Trace Wells out front. He's working on a early 10.626 pace. Working over the double, not completely getting it, but he's back up and going.
Looks like Brian Wells actually didn't make it out there for this one.
So just 2 drivers. All kinds of open air out there.
Oh,
still fighting pipe.
Got one of them off the track. And he's back.
Rough one for Trace there. 41 flat.
Oh, now there's 3 cars out there. So Brian Wells getting out there first lap.
.350 to go in this one. Trace, Jonas, and Brian.
Here's Jonas, our new leader. 10.635, 37.1 hot lap.
Double single through the uphill rumble strips. Back down the back straightaway. Maybe. There he goes. I believe that is Mr. Wells. Or no, I believe that, I'm sorry, that's actually Jonas out there. So here comes Jonas in the number 2 spot. White-bodied Truggy working its way over the big double. Makes it into a set of 3 singles. Getting the double there. That's Jonas Morgan, our number 2 driver. He's on a 10-lap pace as well, 10.637. Trace on a 10.625. This is heat number 1 of 8 for our 8-scale Nitro Truggy class. This is round 2 of qualification here on Friday of the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. TQ in round 1 in both classes was set by Techno's own Jared Tebow. Tebow edging out Joe Bornhorst in the 8-scale Buggy division, and I believe
Dakota Finn in 8-scale Truggy. By less than a second in both, or around a second in both, I want to say.
Tell you who the surprise was in both was Ryan Lutz, finding himself in the 3 spot in both classes. Not that he's not capable, but just impressive to see Mr. Lutz up there. He's got a new vehicle, new platform. Always takes a little bit to get used to.
So Trace Wells out front, 10.624, 6.26 now. Jonas Morgan in the 2 spot, Brian Wells in 3. None of the other drivers actually in attendance.
I can't tell if it's just the way, if he's probably got black paint on the bottom of that body. I don't know. It just looks a little.
It's mounted weird.
It looks raised like monster trucking.
Yeah. It's either mounted weird or cut wrong.
Reminds me of some of the very first ever Truggies. Awkward and ugly. No offense for not when I make fun of this guy's stuff. Just comes off. Trace Wells currently leading this one. Jonas Morgan, Brian Wells. Oh, 2 of the 3 drivers finding themselves on the track. I think all 3 drivers are going to end up right there together on track.
Oh, front flip.
Oh, no.
Another front flip. Luckily, their marshals are paying attention. So these are our 1 and 2 drivers traveling around the track together.
Trace with a fast lap, a 37 flat out of Trace Wells. Again, a 10.628 pace right now. He's the only driver on a 10-lap run. We saw 13 lap runs out of our top 2 drivers, Jared Tebow and Dakota Finn, in the Truggy division in round 1. Everyone else doing 12. So we're going to say for a minimum 12 is what it's going to take to get closer in. And if you want to be the fastest of the fast, you better be on the 13. That's going to do it for this one. Everybody finishing up. Looks like we got Trace and Brian still on their final laps. Trace is done, it looks like. No, I'm sorry, he's still on his final lap. So Trace and Brian to finish up here. Then we're going to see water hit the track, so we're going to have a little bit of a break, if you will, while track crew gets out there and gets that done. Falling around Trace Wells here, who is going to end up taking this one. There goes Trace. 10-6-25 for your race winner. That's Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan in the 2 spot, and Brian Wells in the 3. Looks like Brian's coming around right there. There goes Brian. Track crew gets started on putting some water down there. Again, they're putting water on the whole track once every 4 heats. So we'll let water get down here, and then we'll jump into heat number 2 of our 8-scale Truggy division.
this next one started. Volunteers to the track to get race number 2 started. The only way we're going to be able to make it happen is with lots of volunteers. So everybody around the track, everybody down the pit, listen. As you can see, start out the race there. I only had 3 racers in that last one, and I need about 9 total, right? 6 volunteers. Race to 10, 6, 7, and 10. We'll put one down. Can you race to the back straightaway, please? Back straightaway, put that on it. Thank you. Alright, got a few volunteers coming out. Trailer's gonna help. That is 4 rings up in. So he's going to be 8 and 9 and 10. So 1, 8, 9, 10. Maybe Tim Ryan, can you stay out there and help us with this one? I have a few more volunteers. Cameron, are you going to stay? Alright, so thanks for Tim and Ryan to help us out. So Cameron's going to take 8. Which means I need to do a 9, 10, and a 1. 9, 10, and 1. Tim on, going to help me out number 1. Thank you, sir. Awesome, I appreciate it. I've got 10 on 9. I've got 1 there. 10 on 1. Now you see number 10, Kevin? Number 10 on the front left. Front left.
All right, as we check back in here, heat number 2 of our Truggy class getting underway. Track crew came out and got water down. Everybody's going to get out for some early practice laps now.
So the next water we will see is after heat 6. Or sorry, after heat 5.
Again, this is heat number 2 of Truggy.
Got Aiden Fox, Bloodworth, Kaylee, Cisneros, Hicks, Mitchell, Hugland, Lukovic, Coward, Didasco, and Gallegos.
TQ set in that first one there. Trace Wells, he had a 10-lap 6:25, so everybody's going to look to go faster than that. We'll expect to see guys in the low 12-lap runs. We had 2 drivers do 13-lap runs at, in round 1. That was Jared Tebow and Dakota Fend, your number 1 and number 2 overall driver for round number 1. Just about 20 seconds to go in this one before we get everything fired off. Again, drivers looking, at least for the moment, to go faster than 10 laps, 6:25. If you want to be on the conversation for TQ, you better be a fast 12-lap run.
So we got a flame out.
big double in front of the start-finish line. There's a human in front of us. Not a whole lot of room on that driver stand this weekend. Obviously, we've got to be able to bring you race coverage a little bit more in the future for those.
I believe this is Justin Huglin.
Aiden, Robert, John, Michael, Christopher, Tell, Justin, Brian, David, and Caesar. Oh, we've got another one that's flamed.
Yeah, that was Aiden Fox. Justin working his way through the middle of the track.
Clock officially being live for about a minute now. Everybody's starting to get lap number 1 in. Looks like Brian Lukovic to the point after lap 1. 35.7 for Brian. Brian Coward in the 2 spot. Actually drops down to the 3 as Michael Cineros comes through. Justin Huglin getting down into the 34-second lap times here early on. Inside, outside pipeline there.
So Cisneros out front, Huglin in second, Lukovic in third. Hot lap of the race, Cisneros with a 34.5.
Truggy's being able to operate the track a little easier than the Buggies this weekend. Track conditions being so. Over the big double. Two laps into this one, Justin Huglin, Michael Cineros, and Brian Lukovic. That is your top 3. Down that back straightaway right now. Again, one of the trickier spots in the track due to conditions. Drivers coming around the big double here. Some small changes were made to the roller you see right there by the scoring line, which is also right before coming into pit lane. So that had a little bit more of a lip on it. They took that off to try to help ensure that drivers couldn't miss a lap. So ever-changing conditions.
Yeah, we had a couple different drivers, Seth Van Dalen and Aiden Horn, missing laps. They were some of the ones.
3:05 to go in this one. Huglin still out front. John Kales up to the number 2 spot. Cineros in the 3 spot. Lukovic the 4. Bloodworth the 5. Currently, looks like top 7 in this one. Looking to better Trace Wells TQ. Nobody getting into the 12 lap runs just yet. Justin the quickest so far out on an 11.625. Upside down there, it looked like.
Hot lap of the race, the driver we're watching now, Bloodworth with a 34 flat.
Bloodworth over the double there. Single roller onto the big double. That is our number 4 driver. Had a 35.1 that last time by hot laps from our next 2 contestants ahead of him coming on that last lap. 33.7 and a 33.4 for Cineros and Kales.
So Cineros coming by with another 33.3. He's got the new hot lap of the race. He's only 0.8 of a second behind Justin Huglin. Here's Justin right here, coming through the center section of the track. Kind of slow and steady, but he's able to hit, it seems like the same lines pretty much every lap.
1:15 to go in this one. Huglin, Cineros, and Kales, your top 3. Again, looks like our top 7 drivers still looking to all go faster than Trace Wells. TQ set number 1. Option inside, outside. Oh, man.
That kind of helped, actually.
Everybody sorting that one out and not really costing anybody any time.
Yeah, there was a car that came out of pit lane and kind of jammed everybody up here.
Driver having difficulty getting hung up on the pipe there. piping used here this weekend. Obviously not very large, so not a ton of issues of getting hung up. But if you get that inside with both one side of a wheel on it, it's we'll take you for a ride.
Here's our 1 and 2 together on the track. So Cisneros going to move to the lead. He's this green car in the front of the line.
Michael optioning outside double roller, rolling back into the uphill rumble strip. Double punting the car out of the way, just kind of used him as a bit of a berm there. Oh, just about got used as a berm himself. Managing to get by 2 drivers in about 2 corners. And with 6 seconds left, he's going to need all the clear track he can get, trying to finish this one up on an 11.620. Huggling an 11.626, just 4.5 seconds back, and then John with an 11.627.
Catching a car that's upside down.
So this isn't going to work out great. Oh, man. Came through better than I thought he would out of it.
Right.
Having a little bit of trouble there, just trying to navigate this last lap, trying not to end up upside down as a turtle.
So here's our leader coming across the line on a 36.1 to finish. No, he's got 1 more lap to go.
We'll be on a victory lap here, still on an 11.622. Final laps also out of Justin Huglin. Just about everybody else finishing up on the bottom of the pack here. We're following our race leader, Michael Cisneros. He's working his way down the back straightaway right now.
Making it over the double and back coming towards the finish line. He's done with his hot lap, a 32.7 to finish on an 11.620. Justin Huglin finishes on an 11.627, as well as John Cayley's also on an 11.627. Top 6 drivers go ahead of Trace Wells.
No better time to crank out your hot lap and then the last lap. Michael able to do that and take the win, that 11.620. We're going to move into heat number 3 of our Truggy division.
All right, next up, heat 3 of 8. Salvis, Brewer, Michaels, Nixat, Densford, Thibodeau, Ida, Sanchez, Young, Vigil, and Adolph.
This weekend's coverage of the 2022 Roar Off-Road 8-Scale Fuel Nationals is brought to you by our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. Supporting sponsors, ProTech, Lead Finger Racing. Our broadcast center booth has been brought to you by Nitro Pro. J Concepts with our instant replays this weekend. Beach RC covering our track overview. Pit Lane Cam brought to you by ProTech and our TNR option lane, along with our Techno Dragon back. So thank you to our sponsors for helping us bring this coverage to you guys this weekend. Looks like we're going to get everybody out on the track here for some early practice laps. Marshals being ordered around, directed. A whole group of new faces in this one. Daniel, Scotty, Thomas, Emmanuel, Brent, Derek, Jamie, Jose, John, Jacob, and Kyle in this one. Early TQ coming from Michael Cisneros with an 11.620.
These guys starting to get checked in. So a little less than a minute until this one goes live. Again, heat 3 of 8 for Truggy. 19 total races this round.
About 15 seconds until we get this one underway. Again, the pace to beat's going to be about 11.520 out of Michael Soneros. Excuse me, 11.620 came out of Michael Soneros.
All right, loop is live. First one on the clock is E-Clip, and he goes flying off the end of the track.
Rocking the more old school full Truggy body, as I call it.
Yeah, and this was one of the weird ones. This was the X-Ray XT8 body that Proline did. It looks like a Coupe de Ville.
Airing it out over the big double there. Mr. E-Clip, oh, he's going to have some pressure on the inside. It's not there.
Somebody out of pit lane.
Early on, lap 1, looks like Daniel Sullivan's going to come around with a 33.1. That'll be quick so far. E-Clip, not a bad lap there, 33.8. Finds himself in the number 2 spot. I thought he might have flamed out there for a second. He stopped traveling forward on the straightaway. I think he thought he was a little closer to the pipe than he was. Trying to get over the big double there. Can't get it done.
Oh, wow. There's mass carnage. Jacob V. Hill in the 2 spot. Thomas Michaels in the 1. Jose Sanchez in the 3.
.425 to go in this one. Thomas still finds himself out front. Thomas Michaels, 32.2. Jacob V. Hill. And then E-Clip in that number 3 spot. Two launching themselves over the large double to the back left side of the track. So they go into an additional double. Uphill, downhill, tabletop. A couple roller singles into the option lane here.
V. Hill a little bit quicker on the inside of the option lane. So Thomas Michaels out front still. Jacob in second. Scotty Brewer in the 3 spot. It looks like E-Clip hit the fence. So 32.2 hot lap from Thomas Michaels. He's now in the 2 spot. Jacob V. Hill out front now.
There was Jamie and Brett right there, along with Scotty Brewer. Drivers working their way through the uphill rumble section. Double single through the little bumpy straightaway there. I believe that's Scotty that we might be watching right now.
Scotty's the car behind this. This is
That's Jamie.
This is Dinsford, actually. So Brent Dinsford from Beach RC, one of our broadcast sponsors. Working his way through the center of the track.
Got Scotty Brewer right behind him. Scotty finds himself, I'm sorry, is that right? No, instead of...
No, it is Scotty Brewer. Scotty's the 3rd car in line here.
Scotty finds himself in the 3 position on the clock and on the track. It's not against the same guys. Scotty does go by right there. 2:05 to go in this one. Thomas Michaels, Jacob V. Hill, and Scotty Brewer, your top 3 right now. 2 drivers going for the inside option line.
Brent making a mistake on the outside. So Scotty trying to find a way around Iga here.
Ooh.
That works.
Just got him a little light on the rear end there.
And he kind of like, Ida kind of crossed over, and Scotty just finished him off.
Both of them able to keep it on all fours, though. Over the big double we go.
That was actually Scotty's fast lap, even with all that carnage.
Densford doing a bit of a chow. Wow. I don't think I've seen anybody use the option line on both lanes in one lap before.
Right.
But I believe Scotty just did it there.
I have actually, but from the other way, where they start on the inside and they go too fast and they land in the outside. Gets him back again.
34.8 for Scotty that lap. Scotty still finds himself in the number 3 position. Jacob Vigil to the point. Thomas Michaels in the 2 spot.
Jacob's got the hot lap of the race now as well with a 32 flat.
So Jacob trying to string it all together when it counts.
Brent Dinsford finally finding his way around Iga. And it looks like they may have tangled up. Oh, he's upside down. That's a bummer. So here's Scotty onto the front side. He's about 7 seconds behind the number 2 driver, Thomas Michaels.
Option inside, outside for both drivers here. Inside line proves to be just a tick faster, but then he goes outside and gives the position away. Again, we're racing the clock right now, not for position on the track, so other than having some clear track ahead of you, you're not racing the guy in front of you.
It's really tough when you have no clue what the guy in front of you is going to do.
I think sometimes these drivers don't know themselves what they're going to do with these track conditions changing. Time has expired in this one. Everybody's starting to finish up. We're going to see our final laps out of Jacob, Thomas, Scotty, and Brent. I think Brent might have actually come off track there.
Yeah, Brent's out. B-Hill's done. Thomas Michaels is done. So Thomas Michaels had a really long lap right before the last one, so he finishes on an 11.611.
So right now, only the top 3 looking to go faster than Michael Cisneros. Get it eventually. 11.620 was his pace. He's going to still find himself actually in the number 3 spot after another rough lap out of Scotty. 42.1 for Mr. Brewer. Going to drop himself down to the 4 spot. So that's going to do it for heat number 3 of our Truggy class. Up next, heat number 4, after which we'll have some water place on the track. I'm sorry, actually, we got a couple more until we have water place on the track.
Remember, 8 heats total here in truck. And currently we're going to be starting up with race number 4. So here's your new top 13 Bridget Bridget. Then Michael, Cisneros, Salvin, Scotty Brewer, on the 11.622, that's good for the round. Then Hoagland, Cowie, Tita, Bukovic, Sanchez, that's on that 610. Then Dion, Brewer with the dash of 313.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Getting ready for heat number 4 of 8. Getting the okay from the tower for everybody to hit the track. See TLR's Dakota Finch. And a little mechanic work done to fellow team driver Mike Sontag. We'll call them the North Midwest duo there. Both drivers originally from Michigan. Dakota Finn finding himself as an Indiana resident now. Got about a minute 20 here before drivers start to get underway with their official qualification time. Take a look at our TNR option lane camera. Such a cool view. Love seeing those trucks, buggies with the suspension fully compressed and getting back on the throttle. That's pretty cool. We're RC geeking out over here on our Techno Dragons back camp. Dragons back camp. Once again, this is heat 4 of 8. Nitro Truggy watching everybody starting to work their way through the middle towards the back side of the track. About 20 seconds to get this underway. We're going to see Cole Chura, Dave Burt, Dylan Bartlett, Eric Shenes. Sorry, Eric Deshanes, Jordan Gleckler, Nick Sava, Mike Sontag, Cody Thompson, Brian Work, Sean Alcom, Travis Sanders, and Danny Trevino. There's Cody Thompson right there over the big double. He is going to be the first driver to lead us off. Thompson had a solid run in Q1. Looking to better it even more here in Q2. Thompson working his way down that back straightaway right now through the Moon Mogul. Oh, wow. Marshall having a run for his life. Double, single, double for Cody. He comes around a 31.7. Pretty good lap out of Cody. Has the driver stuck in front of him. Options for the inside line and then options to go outside on the option lane. So somebody doing the opposite of what we saw done earlier. Dose option in single lap. Doing it the other way this time. Gleckler came around with a pretty good one, 31.5 that first lap. Sontag backing up a decent first one with a 32 flat, number 2, to move himself up to the number 2 position. Cody Thompson battling through traffic, goes inside and finds the line past the lap marker. Let Sontag and Bartlett, the Shanes, and a few others get their number 2 laps in. Oh, Cody getting it wrong on the 180, having to recollect himself and get back going. All that hard work he put in to get around the driver, he's going to have to put back in again. Gleckler finding himself at the point right now, 31.1, our race leader. That is the fast, hot lap of the race, and for our race leader, Sontag in the 2, 31.5 out of Sontag, 31.7 that last lap out of Gleckler. He's the first and only one on 3 laps right now. Sontag holding down the 2 position. They'll be working on lap 3 here in a moment. Oh, Sontag, I just saw him flip in front of our camera after having a bit of a rough lap. Will find himself down to the 6th spot. Dylan Bartlett to the 2, Nick Sava the 3, Cody Thompson the 4, Brian Work the 5. That's Mike Sontag we're following along with right there. Blue and yellow. Midwest native out of Michigan. Driving the TLR 8TX Elite. Over the big double there. Sontag still going to find himself in the 6th. Gleckler, our race leader, Dylan Bartlett, Nick Sava, Cody Thompson, and Brian Work. Sontag working his way over the double roller uphill moguls. Double single roller onto the back straightaway. No, we promise you there's not a section of jumps on that back straightaway. That's just the surface. roller, big double here for Mike Sontag. Works his way back up to the number 5 position with 2:35 to go in this one. Plenty of time. Just want to string together all fast laps from here on out. Easier said than done. Oh, Sontag having a little trouble there, doing just what we talked about earlier, getting one side of the vehicle hung up on that pipe and not being able to get back off. That was Cody Thompson that might have got it wrong there just behind him after straightaway. Did a couple ends there. So we're coming around here. That looks like that is Cole Chura right there. Cole finding himself all the way down to the 12th position. .145 to go in this one. Jordan Gleckler still out front. Dylan Bartlett, Brian Wirt, Cody Thompson, and Nick Sava, your top 5. Right now, only the top 2 looking to go faster than the TQ set by Jacob Vigil. Oh, it looks like that might have been Cole. That was Cole that came around there along with Gleckler. I think that's Gleckler right there in front of Cole. Looks like white body, maybe a pink wing or pink stickers on the backside of that wing there. That is our race leader, Jordan Gleckler. Working his way over the double roller back straightaway. Doing a good job of keeping that truck in control. There goes Gleckler again. 12:6:18 right now to be the, looks like only number 2 driver to go 12 laps. Dylan is on a 12-lap run as well, a 6:28. About 8 seconds back of our race leader. Who we're following along with right now over the double single. That's Jordan Gleckler. With 35 seconds to go, he's led this one from just about tone to tone.
It's been a pretty much perfect run for Gleckler.
Oh, and I don't know how you could get much better than how he just slid it in there on 2 different cars. Ooh. I don't know if he even saw that coming himself, but now he's having to deal with it even more. 3 wide over the big double. Everybody keeping it together, no one coming in contact with each other. It's all that Mr. Gleckler could ask for. He goes inside.
This is just annoying because you're getting like super jammed up.
And we understand that not everybody knows who's who on the track and who's leading, but we also have to have the kind of feel that, all right, I've been running with this guy who came up on me and passed me and hasn't made a mistake. Might be in the top. It's a little bit of a tag. Stays on the gas, though. As time expires in this one, he is going to be on his victory lap. Dylan is also going to be on his victory lap. Still stays on that 12-lap run. Thought he might have got caught with an 11, but he's going to be in 12. Oh, there's our leader having to work with traffic again, not wanting to waste any time. Has to go over the top of him, but now finds himself behind him once again. How frustrating.
Yeah, this would be really annoying.
Finally just gives it to him at the end.
That works.
Can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing as well.
I think I would have, yeah.
Didn't cost him any more time, so message sent. Jordan Gleckler still going to take that one. Had all the way gotten down to a 12:6:10. Ends up on a 12:6:24. So Gleckler had a really good run going there for a minute. Still ends up with a solid one, not as great as he wanted to after having to deal with a bit of traffic. Dylan Bartlett's going to end up in the 2. Brian Wirt in the 3. Cody Thompson and Mike Sontag are going to round out your top 5. Top 2 drivers going faster than TQ set by Jacob Vigil of 11:6:02. As we get into heat number 5 of our Truggy division here.
All right, in this one we've got Nelson, Big Mulder, Christian, Wheeler, Jensen, Peters, Trinier, Fisher, Ciccarello, Bider, Bartlett, and Drake.
Checking in with our YouTube chat room, saying hey from our friends out in Ireland. People from all over the world checking in today. Some fast ones in this one. Should be fun to watch. See some drivers out there starting to prepare to battle the heat. See some wet towels over necks. Guys having to stand out there in that sun for a while. It can be brutal, but I tell you what, when you're in the shade out here, it feels pretty amazing. This is Heat 5 of 8. You're watching Live RC covering the 2022 Roar Off-Road 8-Scale Fuel Nationals. As always, we want to thank our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. Supporting sponsors, ProTech, Leadfinger Racing. Our broadcast center is brought to you by Nitro Pro. J Concepts bringing you the instant replays this weekend. Beach RC covering our track overview cam. ProTech providing our pit lane cam. And of course we have our TNR Fuels option line and Techno RC Dragon's back. So thank you, sponsors. As we get this one underway here, this is Heat number 5 of 8, our Truggy division. Some fast ones in this one. Rhonda Drake, Billy Fisher, Chris Wheeler, just to name a few, Jerome in there as well. Really, it's easy to go through every list. Every name in this list, they're a fast driver. They're in this heat for a reason. Got about a minute left here until they turn this loop live. For anybody at home wondering where the loop is, it's located directly in front of our cameras there. See, there's a couple lines cutting these last two rollers there right before the pit lane. That's your start-finish line right there. Thank you, camera crew. Just kind of jumping in sideways there to the line. So could there be some last-ditch efforts made for the win come Sunday? You'll just have to tune in and find out. About 24 to go until we get this one started. So our drivers starting to space themselves out, trying to give plenty of room. Sounds good in theory until you look over and realize there's 4 other guys spacing themselves out right next to you.
So Chicky, the first one on the clock.
Taking advantage of that delayed start there. Kept his momentum going into lap number 1. Take a look at some of the pros. That seems to be the big consistency. The guys either want to come around in dead last so they can know where the final driver is that they have to avoid. That or they want to come around already into their hot laps off of that final practice lap. Laps getting thrown out early on here.
Chicky, 31.3 hot lap so far, though 30.6 from Buddy Christian.
Chris Wheeler, Paul Ciccarello, Billy Fisher, Cole Jensen. It's your top 5 right now. There's Paul Ciccarello over the big double. Roller double up and down the tabletop.
Chris Wheeler out front on a 12.6.14 with a 31.1 hot lap. Billy Fisher in the 2, Chicky in the 3, Buddy Christian in the 4, and Cole Jensen rounding out the top 5.
Taking a look at Rhonda Drake here. The Drakeette.
With Chuck, her truck.
Chuck or truck?
Chuck is the name of her truck.
What the truck? Cole Jensen finding himself at the top spot. Billy Fisher, the 2, Brendan Bartlett, the 3. Chris Wheeler, the 4. Paul Ciccarello is rounding out our top 5. It was Rhonda. Working her way outside in on the option. Uphill, downhill, double, back straightaway. The Mugen driver, avoiding some of those major holes on the back end of the straightaway.
She's got Cole Jensen right behind her. He's running in the 2 spot. Cole's down to the 7, so he had a rough lap on the last one.
Fast lap's going to come out of our new race leader, though. That's going to be Mr. Fish Daddy Fisher, Billy. 30.5 out of Fish Daddy. 30 flat out of Billy Fisher that lap. So Billy Fisher turning up the heat right now. Fisher finding himself working through the option lanes right now, going inside with those yellow wheels and yellow wing. Billy Fisher, S-Works driver, working his way uphill moguls, downhill double, back straightaway.
Getting around Jerome.
Billy, one of those guys who's always been fast, has been out of the scene for a little bit and back into it again, and already putting himself back up there in contention for a lot of these races.
12.611 pace for Billy.
That would be good enough for new TQ. Buddy Christian, who's in the number 2 spot on a 12.623, would also find himself number 2 overall. Billy Fisher working his way down that back straightaway right now. Just giving the inside line there by the lapper. Excellent driving.
It's Chris Nelson letting him go.
Fisher has shown a favoritism to that inside line there.
Yep.
Making it work too. Pretty clean run out of Fisher so far. He had a 30.3 that last lap, clicking off 3 consecutive 30-second laps, 30.0, 30.4, and 30.3.
His truck just looks like it actually has grip. It's kind of hard to find here.
It seems to only be a handful of drivers out here this weekend in either class that really look like their vehicles are hooked up per se. Ooh. Looks like a lot of these. Oh man, Fisher flirting with disaster 2 and 3 times. But I bet he'll still, this will be a slow 30-second lap or a very fast 31-second lap, even with 3 bobbles.
I'm going to go 32-1. Oh, 31.6. You were right.
31.6. So it doesn't cost himself nearly as much as it could have after some quick reaction time, saving the vehicle up on 2 wheels in 2 different instances. Got a minute to go in this one. Fisher, Christian, Wheeler.
Uh-oh. There he goes.
Tell you what, as we've talked about it all weekend, that right to middle back side of the track is the most challenging portion of that track, brand new for this weekend. And as Tyler said, it just hasn't healed up as well as the rest of the track has.
Fisher with some traffic in front of him now.
There's a little back wheel kiss there to an upside down vehicle. Tell you what, once you feel like you get on the straightaway, you have to feel like you've already defeated half of the track as far as the challenge.
Right.
Fisher looking to continue another solid lap. I think will be a 30. Yep, 30.2. Tyler said working his way up into a lot more traffic. I see Cole Jensen up there, Rhonda Drake, and at least one other. Back straightaway, a whole gaggle of cars right now with time expiring. Fisher's just going to want to try to stay in the groove here and not cost himself time. This will.
Oh, that works.
Wow, what a lap. Fisher will finish it off with a 12.612. That will be enough for new TQ. Chris Wheeler is going to sneak up in there to the number 2 spot as he finishes off this lap here. We'll let him finish that to confirm. A little slow. There it is. Wheeler still can grab it. He'll do it by a second and a half faster than Buddy Christian. So Billy Fisher, Chris Wheeler, Buddy Christian, and Paul Ciccarello as your top 4, and then Jerome and the 5. He's going to be finishing out his lap right now. He'll be coming across here about any moment. It should be Jerome maybe flipping over there.
There he is.
There comes Jerome. He unfortunately for himself, was not that driver. Also ends on a 12-lap run. So Billy Fisher, the only one that goes faster than Jordan Gleckler's 12.624.
And think about it, before that trouble at the end, Gleckler was around Billy Fisher's time. So he was on the move.
I think it actually was, again, down to a 6:10 for a minute. So, granted, Billy had a couple of cases where he could have gained a little more time. But, again, Mr. Gleckler was right there as well. So that's going to do it for heat number 5. Got heat number 6 coming up next.
We should be getting water for this heat as well.
Wait to see the hoses getting drug out.
So we'll take a really short break while we get water, and we'll be back for race number 6.
Once you're done with tech, Rick Christian the timing. Once you're done with tech, Rick Christian the timing.
All right, guys, the track is open. Heat 6 of 8 for Truggy, round 2 of qualifying. Duvall, Heckert, Sontag, Fuller, Setzer, Fuller, Van Dalen, Bada, Robinson, Wiggins, Arredondo, and Kyle Johnson.
This is going to be a 6-minute qualifier. Fast time to beat is going to be Billy Fisher with that 12:6:12.
So everybody checked in this one except for Carlos Arredondo.
About 50 seconds to go until we set the loop live here. Everybody coming in to get splashed on fuel.
All right, so 15 seconds left to go. Carlos still not checked in. Everybody else is, though. Oh, Carlos breaking early. Finding out from Travis, our camera guy. So unfortunate for Carlos.
Lots of fast ones in this one. And we're just about to get this one started. Looks like Spencer Heckert here. Going to hold up just a second, give everybody a little bit of a gap, then try to start his fast run. S-Works team driver over the big double in the back, tabletop down. Inside option line for Mr. Heckert.
Looks like he hit the pipe and then just decided to go inside.
Worked out for him. Uphill chicane. Down the back straightaway. I'm going to say after water here, this heat's looking pretty racy, pretty quick early on.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's just a
29.4 for Mason Fuller.
Oh man. Now, we did touch a 28-second lap out of, I believe it was Mason Fuller last time too, and was the only driver to do so. But already early on, touching that 29-second, the HB driver looked impressive early on. Held a top 6 position again from the B heat. Spencer Heckert looking to maybe do something similar this time around.
Sontag starts off with a 29.6.
I remember Tater had a solid run going last one as well, and then kind of fell apart there at the end. So looking for some redemption here in Q2.
Here's Jared Wiggins running around in 6th.
The options for the inside. You see a lot of drivers almost running, splitting that pipe, and then making a decision last second, it almost seems like, of which one they're going to take.
Right.
Wiggins down the straightaway right now. Techno driver working through the moon mogul over the double, heading back towards the start-finish line. Mason Fuller, though, still going to be our point leader. Continuing to crank out 29-second laps. He did a 29, then a 30, then a 29. Going to be back around in just a minute.
He's on a 13-lap pace again. Only driver on 13.
It was all we only had 2 drivers go 13. We had guys get close to that 13-lap run before, but it was only Jared Tebow and Dakota Finn that were able to do it. Mason Fuller looking to join him, though, and set the earlier or the mid to late pace, the B pace, what will be the A pace. Down the back straightaway goes Mason Fuller, HB team driver, 13.624. The pace had a 29.2 that last lap. So Mason looking to crack into the 28-second laps once again.
29.8 this time by. Heckert in the 2 spot is on a 12.602. Wiggins in the 3 spot also on a 12.602. He comes by with a 29.9.
Top 9 drivers all looking to better Billy Fisher's TQ set from the C heat. We're watching mighty Mason Fuller down the back straightaway right now. HB team driver. Right towards the driver's stand over the little roller, big double. Mason Fuller. Spencer Heckert still finds himself in the 2 spot. Jared Wiggins, the 3. Setzer, the 4. And Jermaine Robinson rounding out your top 5. Sontag drops down to the 6. Had a 30.0 that last lap. Trying to get back up there. Mason a little bit to prove this weekend. Has usually always find, we can always find him up there in that top 5, top 10 at least. And having to do it from the B heat this weekend, so.
He's actually in the C heat.
Right, I'm sorry, it is the C heat. So doing it from the C heat in the previous round and from this one makes it that much more special.
So Fuller, Heckert, Wiggins, Setzer, Sontag, that's your top 5. Hot lap of the race, still Fuller with a 29.2, and he's stuck on the outside of the track. Gets himself going, but it is going to cost him a little bit of time. He has a pretty significant lead on the field, though. 31.4. So he's on a 13.627.
He's going to want to speed that up just a little bit. Obviously wants to try to get an additional top 6 run in. This is qualifier round number 2. This is heat number 6 of 8 for our Truggy division. Tyler said this is our C heat. Fuller, Wiggins, Heckert, Sontag, and Caden Fuller, younger brother of Mason. Up over the tabletop and back down for our race leader. Orange and yellow, a little blue in there as well. S-Works team driver looking to be the impressive fast one to beat from the C heat.
HB team driver. Heckert's the S-Works, and he's running in second with a 29.3 on the last lap.
Did I say S-Works? I apologize.
That's okay. Popping off Spencer's hot lap on the last time by as well. 29.4 for Mason Fuller this time by.
About 50 seconds to go in this one. Fuller's fast lap, he did it back about 4 laps ago, did that 29.2. He's still clicking off 29. He's had a 29.4 the previous lap, 29.8 the fast lap for Jared Wiggins. He did that on his previous lap.
Heckert with a little bit of a rough lap. He's going to move down to the 3. Wiggins up to the 2.
I got to say, one of the few vehicles I've seen out here with a antenna tube sticking out of it would be Mr. Fuller.
Looks like he's coming up on Ron Duvall. Duvall letting him go.
10 seconds to go in this one. Fuller still out front in a fairly big way, about a 5-second lead over Jared Wiggins.
Getting a little bit loose, which straightens it out.
Ron having to check up there just a little bit to stay off of him. And our left side track cam view here as the drivers come underneath. Optioned outside for our race leader. That has been his chosen line, preferred line of choice, I should say. Time expiring in this one, guys. Finishing up, he's going to be dealing with a little bit of traffic. Gets around Lee Setzer there.
That was really
like.
smart. Setzer just kind of like hit the brake for a second.
Yeah, everybody was trying to stay off of each other as they finish these laps up here. Fuller's going to do it 13.627 for Mason. Jared Wiggins is going to end up with a 12.601. Spencer Heckert an 02. Caden Fuller an 03. Seth Van Dalen an 05. That's going to round out our top 5.
Seth Van Dalen with the hot lap of the race with a 28.9.
So Seth, the first driver in round number 2 to dip into those 28-second laps. Mason was one of the only ones to do it in the last round. No resorts today through qualification. Again, they're putting water on the track once every 4 heats, and they're trying to ensure that drivers have the same track all weekend long. So our seating practice yesterday determined where everyone sits in qualification today, and that's where you're going to stay until it's time for the mains. So the only way you can get out of that is to go faster than everybody, and that's what everybody's trying to do right now. Steve Harris is going to be in this one. Cole Tollard, Tyler Jones, Joe Bornhorst, Ethan Mechanic, Tanner Denny, C.J. Jellin, Ryan Pavitas, Anthony Westergaard, Adam Drake, Kyle Turner, and Walker Spinrad. This is our fast and always impressive B heat of Truggy. This is Friday qualifying here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals as we take a look at our Techno Dragons back camera. Everybody getting sorted out. We're doing a total of 2 rounds of qualifying today. We've already completed round 1. Jared Tebow set the early pace in both classes in round 1. Round 2 starting to finish up here for our earlier class, the Truggy division. This is our B heat. Got this in our A heat to go, and then we'll move into 40 plus Nitro Buggy, and then we'll move into our Pro Nitro Buggy division. TQ came out of that C heat just a few moments ago. Mason Fuller, only driver to touch 13 laps so far. 13.627 out of Mason Fuller. Jared Wiggins, the fastest 12-lap driver right now at a 12.601. Heckert an 02. Fuller, Caden, Mason's younger brother, an 03. We had an 05 out of Seth Van Dalen, and Tater Sontag rounded out the top 6 in an 08. Looks like we actually had 3 drivers with 08s. Tater Sontag, Ron DeVolt, and Jermaine Robinson, all separated by just tenths of a second. About 20 seconds to go until we get this one live on the clock. And we've got a live loop right about now. There she goes.
Here's Tyler Jones.
Jones had an impressive run out of this B heat. I believe did he reset TQ for the moment in round 1? I think he did. Nonetheless, he put himself in a top 10 run in round 1. Jones looking to do so from the B heat again. He is going to start off his first lap right here. Jones choosing the inside line on the option track. Double single back over and up the hill. Jones looking solid here in the early goings. And we debated the track was probably at some of its best traction right now. Definitely starting to see more and more holes starting to develop though. So while it may start to pick up a little bit of grip, it's bringing the lap times back down in technicality and just trying to keep the car upright.
I think that the grip's already down again. I don't think it's wet enough anymore. I'd have to go look at it though.
Seems to be such a quick and short timeline in between primeness and unprimeness. CJ Jellin cranking out some early quick laps at 29.6 out of CJ. Everybody cranking out 29s just about from top to 5th. Jones 30.4. He's going to drop himself down a little bit. We'll let everybody get a couple laps here, let themselves get sorted out, but it definitely looks like CJ Jellin and Steve Harris, Joe Bornhorst, all quick off the bat. Tanner Denny up there as well. Kyle Turner rounding out top 5s after 2 laps in this one. We're taking a look at Tanner Denny right there. There's Joe Bornhorst. S-Works team driver working his way up and over the roller, uphill moguls. Over the roller down the back straightaway, Joe Bornhorst. He was fast in round 1. Looking to go fast again in round 2. CJ Jellin, meanwhile, though, at the point early on.
Ooh, trouble for Tyler Jones. He's out of this one.
Tyler Jones, bad luck. We take a look at Steve Harris right now. He's going to find himself. Not sure who that is. He's coming up. Is that Walker on the backside of it?
I think it was Adam.
I think you're right. So Steve Harris.
A rough lap this time coming.
We actually got to look, and Steve held the second fastest lap in the, I believe it was the Truggy division. Either way, Dakota Finn had the fastest. Yes, it was a 20. They both had 29.6s. Dakota had
this was in Buggy. Oh, Bornhorst,
right.
Dang.
Oh, Bornhorst. Getting a little hung up there. So everybody contesting with a little bit of traffic early on in this one. CJ Jellin seems to have stayed out front, pretty much unscathed so far. He is one of 2 drivers on a 13-lap run, but nobody set to go faster than Mason Fuller's 13.627. We'll take a look at CJ Jellin right there.
He's right behind Tanner Denny.
Denny and Jellin down the straightaway. Jellin in that white and blue behind Tanner Denny's yellow and blue, yellow wheeled S-Works vehicle.
So like you said, nobody touching Mason Fuller's time at the moment. These guys all opting to go the same line. CJ's got some send in his game. Techno Dragon's back.
Seen a lot of guys really send it into that second jump there, that kind of roller, trying to stop the car on the face of the jump almost.
Oh my goodness.
Doing some zigging and zagging. Tic-tac-toe. Neither driver willing to give an inch.
Oh.
So you can see, though, no lack of ability for these guys to go push at 100%, I guess, if you want to say that, and still have plenty of room on the track. We're seeing it right now early in qualifying. Nobody wanting to give an inch.
Joe's out front now. CJ's going to be in the 2. Tanner just made a mistake. He's in the 3.
Tanner getting hung up on that pipe on the straightaway there just a little bit. It's going to let CJ by on the inside.
Joe comes by with his hot lap at 29.2.
CJ trying to run away and hide from Tanner here right now.
Oh, he's going to miss the line.
Get it just right on that one. He's been really trying to send it into the face of that jump and, again, let the suspension compress and really stop the car. Oh no, went to the fence. Good fast marshal job.
That's going to give Tanner back Tanner's down in 4th. That's going to add him and Tanner potentially a 2-3.
Joe Bornhorst right now working his way through the 180. Double with the moon craters in it. Single roller into the big double right now. We've got 50 seconds to go in this one. Joe Bornhorst, your Dirt Nitro Challenge 8-scale buggy TQ, looking to get up there in the TQ in the Truggy class too.
This is already making me less nervous. Just watching Joe is a little bit calmer. Watching CJ made me feel very anxious. You can just see Joe's a little bit smoother and calmer.
It's funny to watch over the years. I'm sure Joe was in that conversation with CJ. He was the guy that was sending it all over the place, and now he's the calm, cool, collective one while sending it. Adam Drake right now in the number 10 spot. He's working his way through that inside line on the option track. On the 4 spot, I apologize. Number 10.
I think he's got CJ and Steve behind him. Here's Joe, who's coming up on that collective.
Joe does look so smooth and controlled out there, really keeping good tight lines. I mean, look at that. I mean, just rubbing against just grazing the inside of the pipe there. Hard to do when you're at full speed on a rough track. Joe getting it done, though. Currently on his victory lap, looking to take the TQ, but he's still going to look to be about a half second off of Mason Fuller's TQ. Bornhorst bucking it there over that double.
If it's anything, if last round's any consolation, it should be pretty good for around a top 6 run.
And Bornhorst will finish it off. 13.629 for Joe Bornhorst. Tanner Denny did recover. Oh, Marshall down. Still Marshall down.
I think the cars are all done, but
let's hope for everyone's sake. I believe everybody is.
I think that was CJ and Jermaine just went man down in the background. I hate to do it to him, but can we get an instant replay because it'd be really funny.
It was quite the struggle. Tanner Denny did somehow come back into that one for the number 2 spot. Steve Harris, the 3. Drake ended up 4. And CJ Jellin, the 5. Bornhorst, the only one to crack the top 5. Tanner did end up 5th overall for that one.
Beach RC track overview. Here's our JC instant replay. Jermaine just going absolutely man down.
Lost the footing there on that back left. There's just only so much you can do. You can see it's got some roost coming off that back left. Really down.
Oh, poor buddy.
So this is our A heat of Nitro Truggy. All the fast guys in this one. If they weren't in the last one, they're in this one. It's Jared Tebow, Ryan Mayfield, Dakota Fenn, Cole Ogden, Mark Sousa, Spencer Rivkin, Ty Tesman, Ryan Lutz, Aiden Horn, Brandon Rose, Camden Line, and Mr. Ryan Cavallari. All right, we've got everybody getting out on track right now, getting their warm-up laps in. Drivers from that last one discussing how the race went. See, looks like it was Mr. Pavitas out there discussing with
Tanner.
Was it Tanner Denny out there as well? Yeah. Team S Works discussing how that run went.
Ooh. Lutz not checked in yet. There he is.
So everybody has checked in and will be present, at least as of right now for this one. This is our second and final heat of the Truggy class for today. Again, we're running 2 rounds of quali points today, 2 tomorrow. And then we will set up and start some of our lower mains, I can only assume, Saturday evening, and then obviously the remainder of our mains on Sunday. About 35 seconds until we get this one underway. Everybody coming in for their final splashes of fuel. Ryan Mayfield had a tough one in round number 1, looking to recover here in round 2.
He had a tough one in both classes. Seated pretty well.
Not very common for Mr. Mayfield. All the more reason I expect him to bounce back here in this one. Not something he'll let happen twice. And about 3 seconds to go, they're going to be setting this one live. Mayfield, along with several others, looking to start their first lap as their hot lap. I like the idea here. Everybody wants to get in that groove, doesn't want to stop and collect themselves, just want to go.
Right.
I think you kind of have to on a course like this, too. It's not really something that looks like you can ease into.
Yeah, there's nowhere to really stop. No, he's just going to slow down and try to get as much ground as he can.
Mayfield will start this lap number 1 here. He will be the second to last one to take off. Camden Line was our last driver to cross the line here. So Lutz coming around lap 1, 29.4 for Ryan Lutz, already coming out strong. 30s from some other drivers. Tesman at 29.4 as well, 29.5 out of Jared Tebow, 29.4 from Cole Ogden. Mayfield over the large double in front of the driver's stand right now. Blue, white, and pink.
Somebody upside down.
Yeah, and a marshal having to come from all the way on the other side of the state. Ty Tesman out front early. Cole Ogden, Jared Tebow. Ogden to the point now, then Tebow, Tesman, Lutz, Mayfield, Horn. Dakota down in the 7, Cavallari, Rivkin, Rose, Sousa, and Lime. That is your running order with 4:30 to go. Ryan Mayfield's going to come around for lap number 3 here.
Tebow out front with a 29.3 hot lap of the race on a 13.622.
Jared Tebow has been strong out all of qualifying and practice, but especially qualifying today, setting the TQs in round 1 for both Truggy and Buggy. Ty Tesman coming up on Ryan Cavallari right now. X-Ray and TLR going at it.
Tesman running in the number 2 spot on the 13.623.
Tesman working his way over that large double right there. Following Ryan Cavallari over the large double in front of the driver's stand. Everybody finding themselves right in the mix right now. Jared Tebow still leading the way. Ty Tessman, who are following at the moment, finding himself in second. Lutz the 3, Mayfield the 4, and Finn the 5. X-ray down the straightaway right now, hard on the binders. Starting to pressure Ryan Cavallari for track position. Cavallari finds himself down in the 9.
Here's Tebow. Tebow in the 2 spot now, Tessman in the 1.
So Tebow looking to counterattack the fast laps out of Ty Tessman. 29.41 for Tessman, 29.56 out of Jared Tebow. So literally separated by 0.09 of a second. Tebow to the inside there, getting a little room from Mr. Rivkin, I believe.
I think that may have been, that was Camden.
Yep, you're right. Tebow looking to hold on to that number 1 position after he betters Ty by 0.7 on that lap. Ty with a little bit of a rough one, a 30 flat. Tebow with a 29.3 meanwhile. Right now the top 6 drivers looking to go faster than Mason Fuller's TQ. Very similar to what we saw in round number 1.
Here's our 3rd place driver, Dakota Finn. New hot lap of the race, Jared Tebow with a 29.2. Finn coming around with a 29.2 as well. 28.4 from Cole Ogden, my goodness.
Say just before Cole's being lap there, Dakota had to just now close it up to second, and it looked like we might have a repeat of round number 1. Dakota had held that top spot going back and forth with Jared Tebow. Tebow bettering him on the last lap to get that TQ of round 1. Then looking for a little bit of redemption here in round 2. Currently finds himself in the 3 position with Cole Ogden cranking out that 28-second lap the previous lap. Dakota 29.3 that lap. Cole going to be a little slow this lap.
Oh, 32.
Going to drop him down to the 7 spot. So Dakota, just like that, right back into the 2. And he's 1.7 back of Jared Tebow. So Jared Tebow with 1:30 to go, looking to go 2 for 2 in qualifying. At least put his name in the hat for first or second. Cavallari getting hung up on the pipe. Dakota had to split him, and it looked like that was Camden there. Everybody coming out of that one okay.
Dakota still with a 29 flat that lap. I don't even know how that's possible.
His fast lap of the race. It's going to close the gap between him and Jared down to a 1-second gap between Jared Tebow and Dakota Finn here in qualifying with 1:04 to go. TLR J-Concept team driver working his way over the roller down the back straightaway right now. Orange and blue, the infamous colors of the Phenom. Working his way over the double now. Coming up on, I believe that's Ty Tessman in front of him.
29 flat again from Dakota Finn. Jared Tebow goes 28.9. So feeling the pressure but answering it.
Just when you thought that you were finally doing something good, your competition goes just a little bit better and says, I've got that plus some. Jared Tebow not ready to back down yet with 30 seconds to go in this one. Tessman not wanting to give Dakota any room as well. There's Jared working his way over the double into the single roller section over the big double. That's our race leader, round 1 TQ, Jared Tebow. Techno team driver going up and down, really kind of clearing that entire tabletop section there. Not something that we see everybody do.
Dakota 1/10 faster. He's still 1.1 behind at this moment. He's going to kind of need a mistake from Jared if he wants that TQ.
Jared currently working on his 11th lap, so Jared's going to get this lap here and then one more. Jared going to be working on lap 13 right now with 29.4 out of Jared. We'll see what Dakota comes around with. Dakota ends up with a 29.6, so Tebow still putting 2/10 on Dakota that last lap. Looking to finish strong here and solidify a round 2 TQ. Again, that would put Tebow in the conversation for overall TQ at a very minimum of second, if not the overall TQ. So here comes Jared right now. He's going to finish that one.
28.8.
Ooh, 28.8 for Jared Tebow. His fast lap, or second to fast lap of the race, as Tebow finishes up with a 29.3. So Dakota keeping the laps low, but Jared Tebow kept him just a little lower. He's going to end that one with the new overall TQ for round 2. That's a 13.621 out of Jared Tebow. Dakota, 13.622. Ryan Mayfield's going to sneak up into the 3rd spot with a 13.626. Aiden Horn also with a 26. Ty Tessman, then Ryan Lutz, Spencer Rivkin, Cole Ogden, Cavallari, Rose, Lime, and Salza. That is going to be your top 12 for this heat. Your top 10 for the round. It's going to be Jared Tebow, your TQ. Dakota Fenn, number 2. Ryan Mayfield in the 3. Aiden Horn in the 4. Ty Tesman, the 5. Ryan Lutz, the 6. Mason Fuller from the C qualifier, going to end up in 7. Spencer Rivkin in the 8 spot. Cole Ogden, the 9. And Joe Bornhorst is going to round out your top 10 here for the second round of qualification in Truggy.
All right, next up is Masters Buggy, Heat 1 of 3. Blythe, Taylor, Wells, Didasco, DePiro, Cisneros, Gastelum, Harris, Sharp, and Stump. Heat 1 of 3.
This is our Masters Buggy 40 plus. This is Heat 1 of 3. Bob Taylor in this one. Bob was able to set the early TQ. I think that's Bob we're following along with right now. So everybody's starting to get lap number 1 in there, following along with Mr. Bob Taylor. It's all suns out, guns out, Ryan Lutz. Longtime Midwest resident. He's also lived on the West Coast and various coasts, but knows what it's like to get that good farmer town going, especially in March. Bob Taylor leading the way in this one. 2 laps in, 10.609 the pace for Bob. Michael on a 10.613, and David Didasco on a 10.636. Bob down that back straightaway, spinning dirt and fuel. Big double, tight 180 back towards the driver's stand. One of the more difficult sections of the track. Big time double, single, double, tabletop for Bob. Suns out, guns out, Lutz, working his way across the backside of the track. Ryan Lutz hoping to match his skin color to the color of his racing team, bright red. Michael Blythe currently leading this one, has taken over the lead from old Bob Taylor. This is our old man 40s plus Masters Buggy. Masters, elderly, there could be different names for it, but we're going with Masters this weekend. See, in four-wheeler and dirt bike racing, they typically call it the vet class so that we don't have to, show everybody's age. Blythe out front, Bob Taylor, David Didasco.
Michael just narrows down his fast lap overall, 34.672.
2:05 to go in this one. Michael still out front, then Bob Taylor, David Trace, Michael Cisneros, and Tony DePirio, excuse me. Bob Taylor keeping this one good and clean, goes to the inside here, looking to take the line position away, and he does. I think that's definitely going to be the move if anybody goes for it for a pass in that option lane. It's to get through the option as fast as you can, even if you're not setting yourself upright for the next portion of the track. But that way you can potentially come out in front and block. That's about the only way that will come into a major impact. Bob Taylor working his way into that option line, going inside. Oh, but unfortunately gets it wrong right there. Doesn't matter how slow or fast you hit it. Saw Mr. Rivkin out there. He was looking quite farmer tanned as well. .44 seconds to go in this one. Off track, on track. Michael Blythe, Bob Taylor, Michael Cisneros. That is your top three right now. Time expiring in this one. Michael looking to finish this one up as your early TQ, 10.606. Bob Taylor, 10.623. Ooh, we got somebody upside down there. Not sure who that was. Dakota Finn. Quick there to pick him up. Once again, we want to thank our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. Supporting sponsors, Leadfinger Racing, ProTech. Our instant replay brought to you by J Concepts, Nitro Pro sponsoring our broadcast center. Our track overview camera brought to you by Beach RC, ProTech providing our pit lane camera. And our Techno RC Dragons back, along with our TNR Fuel option line. This one has come to a conclusion. Michael Blythe is going to take it 10.605. Michael Cineros with a 10.619. Bob Taylor 10.621. That's going to do it for heat number 1 of our Masters Buggy 40 Plus. Heat 2 coming up. Lots of fast guys here. Water going down on the track. Again, the schedule for track maintenance is water every 4 heats. There is no resorting taking place with qualifying this weekend. Where you were seated based on practice is where you will be for all 4 qualifiers. Taking your 2 best qualifiers to set up the main events for late Saturday into Sunday. So again, water every 4 heats. That's what we're seeing right now. We're going to take a little bit of a break while the track crew gets water down. Once that water's been applied, we're going to come back for heat number 2 of our Masters Buggy 40 Plus.
volunteers, 3 volunteer marshals to get the next race started. Let's go down a little bit. Yeah, like right there. Anybody that can help out, I need 3 volunteers to get the next one started. We have a short heat for race number 9. And to get race 10 started, I'm going to need a little volunteer help. No, hold on, right there. Alright, thanks for the help putting the water down. I know we're still finishing that up. So, Michael Bright, do I have you on one? Yes. Perfect, thank you. And Cisneros is helping out with water. He'll be at 6. Bosworth at 2. Thanks for the help on the water. Trace is there. Tabasco. Shapiro is there. Stuff there, thanks for. Okay, so I need a volunteer on 8 and 9. And that's really all I need is a volunteer on 8 and 9, and then it'll be good. So I need somebody on that back side and then somebody on the left. Once again, anybody within earshot, I just need 2 volunteers to get this one started. So Tim's going to help us out on 9 there. He's volunteered a bunch. And I just need one more. I need somebody on 8. So 8 on that back side. Cannot start without it. So I need 8 covered on that back side there. So what? I can't. I really don't feel like I can go without one. Because if I move someone to 8, then I've got 6 open, so. Oh, nice. 10. All right, thank you. Here we go. Race 10, come out, check the race track is yours.
All right, it looks like we've got water on the track and vehicles hitting the circuit. BeachRC.com bringing us our track overview. Fast guy to beat so far, that's Mr. Michael Blythe. Michael a 10.605. This is our Masters Buggy 40 Plus. This is heat 2 of 3. Just got some water put down on the track. We've officially reached race 10 of 19 for the second round of qualifying. Again, this is Friday qualification day here at the Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. Race being held here at Adobe RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. See the foothills of the Adobe Mountain right behind us. Beautiful scenery here this weekend. Beautiful weather so far. Looks like everybody but Derek checked into this one so far. We've got Mark, Derek not checking in, Chris Kramer, Josh, Brian Coward, Brian Lukovic, John Kales, Danny Trevino, and Cesar Gallegos. All right, we've got a hot live loop. Probably sounds a little better than it actually is. Just means our time has started. 6 minutes is what it's going to take to determine our fast drivers out of this heat. Michael Blythe set the early TQ out of out of heat number 1. A 10-lap 6:05, 10:6:19 from Michael Cineros. And a 10:6:21 out of Bob Taylor. So everybody getting on track right now. Everybody start getting the laps in here. And we'll see where they lay. Josh and Chris coming around early with a 36.1 and 38.6 respectively. Mark Robinson, a 34.4 early on for Mark. Mark Robinson out early on in this one. Danny Trevino, John Kales, Cesar Gallegos, and Chris Kramer, Brian Coward, Josh, Derek, and Brian Lukovic. Fast lap just came out of our race leader. Excuse me, didn't just come out of him, but came out of the lap before. 34.4 for Mark Robinson. Danny Trevino comes around to 35.5 that one. Looks like our four fastest drivers out of this one looking to better Michael Blythe's TQ set in the previous round. Four minutes to go in this one. Mark, Danny, John, and Caesar. .345, Mark Robinson, Danny Trevino, John Kales. .3 minutes to go in this one. Mark, John, Caesar, still your top three. .235, Mark, Caesar, John. Fast lap still coming out of our race leader, Mark Robinson, but he did pick it up a little bit. 33.2 for Mark. Going wide there and hucking it on the straightaway. Blasting that dust that we are supposed to be keeping down. 2 minutes to go in this one. 2 minutes left. We've got Mark Robinson, Caesar, and John. Fast lap again, still Mark with that 33.2. Top 3 drivers looking to better the TQ set by Michael Blythe. That's Mark Robinson going over the start-finish line right now that we're following along with. Yellow, blue, white wheels. Taking the outside option there. Double, single roller. Roller, then uphill moguls. Back straightaway right there. Coming back down towards the driver's stand. Mark Robinson, Caesar, Josh in the 3 spot. There goes our race leader over the start-finish line, Mark Robinson, with a minute to go in this one. So far, Mark and Caesar are the only 2 looking to go faster than the Michael Blythe TQ. Both drivers are on 10 and then an 11-lap pace for Mark. An 11.616, he would be the first and only driver to go 11 laps so far. Caesar going for a 10.609. .30 seconds to go in this one. Mark coming over the start-finish line now. Big double for our race leader. Oh, no, flipping upside down, doing a 180 cartwheel, and back on all 4s. When in doubt, throttle out. Mark Robinson living and dying by that strategy. Currently looking to reset the TQ. He is on his second-to-last lap. With 5 seconds to go in this one, he's going to get this one plus 1 more. Oh, he gets it wrong again, but somehow again lands on all 4s. So some good bad luck, I guess, out of Mark Robinson here. Making the best of a bad situation, that's for sure. Blue and yellow race leader with time expired, going to finish his 10th lap and still get on that 11-lap run. 11.623 currently the pace for your leader. This is his final lap. There he goes through the option lane right now. Double single for our race leader. Mark Robinson, Caesar finishing up in the 2 spot. Just crossed the line right there. That's going to be 10.608 for him. Chris Kramer worked his way up to the 3 spot. He finished with a 10.613. Here comes Mark. You see him on the very back side of the track there going over the double. Goes a little wide, but keeps it on all 4s, and he's going to finish up with a 11.625. A little bit slower of a lap than he wanted to see, I'm sure. But when your name's sitting at the top of the leaderboard as TQ, I don't think you really care too much. And that's where he finds himself right now. Mark, the only one to go sub 10 laps. He got himself an 11-lap run and set the round 2 Heat 2 TQ of our Masters Buggy 40 Plus. And that's going to set the stage for our A Heat. Several fast guys in that last one, in our A Heat, one of which was Barry Baker. Barry unfortunately broke out early in round 1, so he's looking for some redemption here in round 2. Who's going to stake that top spot?
Yeah, I like it. That's awesome. Yeah, put it somewhere safe. Nice. corners, please. We have Robinson, Diego, Kramer, Coward, Trevino, Eno, Callie, Luzovic, and Thibodeau. Out to the track and mark the spot, please. You're supposed to be on 6. You want 10 though? No, 10's fine. No, 10. You said 10 works better. And then Callie's going to put you on 6. Actually, so for Callie, I'm going to put you to 8. 8 behind you. And then, well, you're going to go down to 6. In the middle. And I've got Mark. I need Mark Robinson at number 1. I do. Perfect. Thanks, sir. Here we go. Here's the number 1 last. Second in. Track is yours. Remember, don't set the track. Don't set the track. Coming in for fuel. Don't set the track. Watch the back side, watch the stay there, now it's good. Alright, well set, everybody in. Watch the triple, watch that triple, watch the end of the triple.
This is our A heat, A qualifier of our Masters 40 Plus Nitro Buggy. The fabulous one, Barry Baker, looking for some redemption in this one after having to retire early in round number 1. Chris Nelson was one to beat in this one. E-Clip, Mike Welker, Mike Sontag, Scotty Brewer, Sean Alcorn, Travis Saunders, William Walker, and Tim Long. Everybody coming in for that final splash of fuel. About 25 seconds to go in this one. But that might be Mike Sontag right there.
I think it's Nelson.
You're right. There's a couple yellow and blue vehicles on the circuit.
That would be our TQ from round 1, Mr. Chris Nelson.
I believe Chris was up there competing with Barry even before Barry went out, so it wasn't like it was just a complete giveaway. Chris was definitely making sure he was in contention. Loop is live. Got Chris Nelson taking our first lap here along with Mike Welker. That's what we're looking at right now on track. Nelson and Welker in their respective order. Outside, inside Welker early on looking for an advantage. Oh, almost got it. And or almost collected one another. Again, both drivers running on separate clocks but starting very early on together. They're going to be almost racing each other on the track as well. Basically, that one car difference between the two of them is about what they started off. Nelson to the point early on. Welker in the 2. 33-4, 34-4 out of Welker. 35-5 out of E-Clip. 35-9 out of Travis. We'll wait for Barry to get around as well with others. Barry. Quick one out of Mr. Baker. 31-9 for Barry Baker. Nelson going to find himself in the number 2 spot. That's who we're following along with right now. Chris Nelson. Yellow, blue, maybe purple. There's definitely yellow in it, though. Yellow wheels. Working his way over the large double in front of the driver's stand. Just getting over that finishing lip. Mike Welker right behind him. Welker finds himself in the 4. Barry Baker. Hey, check this out. Mike Sontag up to the 2 spot. Sontag giving us something to brag about on him this weekend.
Long lap for Baker coming. He's down to the 4 spot, so Sontag to the lead. Nelson in the 2, Welker in the 3, and Barry Baker in the 4.
Some Midwest guy coming out here and trying to go up top in the old guy class, 40 plus, Mike Sontag, TLR team driver. Chris Nelson, who we're following along with right now, he's in the number 2 spot. He finds himself working his way to the left side of the track. He's about 0.06 of a second behind Mike Sontag for the race lead. Welker the 3, Baker the 4, Saunders the 5. All kinds of position changes going on here early as we take a look at number 2. That's Chris Nelson working his way down the back straightaway. Oh, a lapper in front of him did a 360 all the way around and came back to all fours. No harm, no foul for either. Big swing and a miss there on that turn. Nelson leading this one now, 11.606, 1.0 seconds ahead of Mike Sontag. Welker the 3, Baker the 4, Eclipse the 5 right now. Nelson going outside on the option lane, going over the double single roller. Uphill moguls, double into the backside of the track, looking out for a turtle. He avoids him and gets down the back straightaway, sending it sideways. Nelson, 33.3 that last lap. He's going to come around with a tick quicker. 33 flat on that one. Up on 2 wheels, keeps it together. Nelson, Welker, Baker now to the 3, Sontag the 4. So Sontag falling down after an early success. Looking to still salvage something out of this one. 11.618 the pace for our number 4 driver, Mike Sontag. Baker on an 11.614. Baker now to the 2 spot after a 31.7 after Mr. Barry Baker. 11.609 his pace. He's 1.5 seconds back of Chris Nelson, who we're following along with right now.
So Nelson, Baker, Welker, Sontag, and Nick Zat. Sontag and Baker with their hot laps on the last lap, trying to catch back up. Baker only about a second behind Chris Nelson.
The 2 TLR drivers, the only 2 drivers to go below 33 seconds so far, it would appear. 31.7 for Barry, 32.7 for Mike Sontag.
Nelson coming to the backside of the track. TNR Fuels representative. Baker with a 34-second lap on this last one. Not going to really help his charge.
TNR Fuel sponsoring our option line camera this weekend.
Oh, I thought he was going to hit the pipe.
Little chassis slap there, keeps it on all fours, goes outside option, back inside, double single for our race leader, Chris Nelson, working on an 11.607. Barry Baker, 2.2 seconds back on an 11.610 right now. Nelson down that back straightaway. Jumping the moon crater, rolling over the 180, doesn't get the, oh no, upside down, up on 2 and back on all fours. Going to cost him just a little bit there. 34.4, still holds on to the race lead, but now just like that, Barry Baker is smelling the blood in the water.
So Baker in the 2 on an 11.610. We'll see how close it is when he comes around. Welker holding on to the 3 spot, Sontag in the 4. If Nelson can hold on to this one, he gets that much closer to getting the overall.
33.1 out of Barry, not enough to undo Chris Nelson from that top position. The gap now 1.1 seconds.
Ooh.
Nelson getting a little turned around there. Elects to lose as little time as possible. Back up and running, trying to avoid marshals and turtles. No, he's not at the zoo. He's here at the Roar Nationals, and he's going wide on the outside of the option lane. Oh, no, Chris Nelson upside down. Marshall doesn't see him right away. Gives a panic rev and a wick of the wrist. Says, help, help, help. It's not enough, though. He's going to lose a lot of time on this one. So Barry Baker, unless also he just had catastrophic failure, will take the point on this one. Nelson a little bit more trouble. So that will put Barry Baker to the point now by 2.4 seconds over Chris Nelson. There's 10 seconds to go in this one. Anybody could still take this one. Barry coming around. He had a 33.8, not the greatest lap out of Barry, but Nelson with that 37.6. And Barry 32.6 that lap round. So, again, sub 33, it's what we've wanted to see. Looks like drivers electing to not even go for the double there, just looking to roll single, keeping it together. Time has expired on this one. Everybody's going to be finishing up their last laps here.
Tebow said he actually didn't really jump that double much yesterday.
Yeah, everybody finishing this one up.
Barry going to take it 11.608 to Chris Nelson's 11.612 and Mike Welker's 11.615. Those guys are the only three ahead of Mark Robinson's 11.625. We'll see what Sontag ends up with on this last lap. He ends with 11.625 as well. So top 10 overall for round 2 of Masters Buggy going to be Baker, Nelson, Welker, Robinson, Sontag, Nixat, Long, Blythe, Saunders, and Gallegos probably.
So that's it for our 40-plus Nitro Buggy. We're going to swap marshals here and get going with our Nitro Buggy 8-scale division.
Trying to guess who you have. What's his name? What's his name? What's his first name? What'd he say? No. Sean. Sean with an S. Alright, I got you. Thank you. Alright, so make sure we got I need a marshal on 2, on 4, on 8, on 9, on 10. Got somebody on 10. Hey Brian. 7's okay. So I have Baker on 1. Do I have Barry out there on 1 yet? Chris Nelson will be on 2. Walker on 4. Sontag's going to take 5. Nixat on 3. Tim's got 10. Saunders should have 8. Looks like someone else is there. Scotty is on 6. Walker on 9. So Travis, just go to 9. Alright, I just need Nixat on 3. And I would assume Nixat will be there. Here we go. Roll him out, check him in. Race number 12, track is yours.
John, to answer your question, if you're running the 40-plus Nitro Buggy class, you can't run the regular Nitro Buggy class, but you can still run Truggy. So, yeah, you just have to choose which buggy class you want to run.
Let me guess. Now you work for DHL. Now you're retired.
I really don't think the track's all that hard on tires so far, based on the tire wear I've been seeing. All right, so these guys getting out there for their warm-up. Looks like, much like last round, it's just going to be the Alvarados and Josh Keith in this one.
So unfortunately, I've got a couple of races coming up.
So Jose. All right, the loop is live in this one. Jose Alvarado going to be the first one to get on the clock. And a little bit of trouble with the left side of the track. He's in the TNR Fuels option lane. Over the Techno Dragon's back. Onto the back straightaway goes Mr. Alvarado. So Jose coming around with a 35.5 first lap. Jeremy with a 39.4. And finally, Josh Keith with the 38.6. Jose onto the back straightaway once again, down the hill. He's coming onto the front straight. 34.4 this time from Jose Alvarado. 11.625. Jose coming into the jump section. Up the Dragon's back. To the addition on the track. And onto the back straightaway.
Four minutes to go in this one. Jose, Josh, and Jeremy. Looks like older Jose is finding himself upside down for the moment. Jose working his way up the uphill moguls. The rollers of the Dragon's back, then I guess that's the Dragon's spine. Maybe his ribs. 3:30 to go in this one. Jose, Josh, Jeremy. Earliest of early TQs is going to come out of this heat for round number 2. Winner will be just that. 10.602 the pace for Jose right now. 10.616 for Josh. Jeremy on a 9.627.
Jose Alvarado, like you said, out front 10.602. Josh Keith 10.623. Jeremy Alvarado comes by with his hot lap of the race, 38.6 on a 9.617. We're still following Jose around through the option line. Over the double, single around the corner. Jumping up the hill. Here's Jeremy Alvarado across the line. Having a little bit of trouble on the back section. Jeremy coming back down the Dragon's back. He's got his dad coming up behind him. Going a little long on the uphill double. Taking his dad out just a little bit.
About 1:45 to go in this one. 34.2 the fast lap still out of Jose. 37.3 the fast lap for Jeremy that last lap.
Looks like trouble for Josh Keith at the end of the straightaway. He's right again. Jose going to be coming by him.
Once again, only 3 drivers in this one, and again, they always seem to find each other. That's how it always is.
Josh having some more trouble. Jose comes by with his hot lap of a 34 flat. Jeremy comes by with a 37.1.
45 seconds left. This one, 34 flat, fast lap for Jose. He did it on the previous lap. 37-1, the fast lap for Jeremy. So the Alvarado's picking up the speed here later in the heat run.
Jeremy trying to catch up with Josh Keith. Ooh, having a little bit of trouble on the back.
Inside option line there for a racer.
Jeremy ran a 34.4 on the last lap.
So Jeremy picking up the pace quite a bit. Got within 4/10 of old Dad.
Coming onto the straightaway is Jeremy, 37.2 that time by. Trying to beat Josh Keith. Ooh, a little bit of trouble in the center. Gets himself straightened out. Down the back straight. Jeremy across the line, 36 flat on a 10.630. Looks like he might beat Josh Keith on that last lap. Oh, Josh beats him just barely. 10.629.2 for Josh. That one's going to go out to Jose on an 11.636. Josh on a 10.629 and Jeremy on a 10.630.
So Brian's going to help us out on 5. No water. No water after 13, after the next one. Thanks, Chris. No water, no water. We're putting water down after the next one. Should have Jose at 1, Josh is there at 6, Jeremy at number 2, Nick Jack, can you go to 3? I got somebody there, you can pick another one, but I got Jeremy that's going to be on number 2 there. Nick Jack, put on his tantrum. What am I ever going to do? Somebody at 10, and looks like Sonny's going to help me out at number 9, thank you. Big Jack's going to take 3, Jeremy's got 2, Jose's got 1, Johnny, somebody at 8, and 10. Give me 2 volunteers, 8 and 10. I can do it out 7 if I have to. So I've got somebody on 10, now I just need somebody at number 8 on the back. 8 on the back side, and then we're going to be good. Jeff's going to help out at 8. Nice. All right, so we're official. Jeff Parker going to help us out, thank you. Make sure you've got a row membership. All right, here we go. Race number 13, rolling off, second in, track is yours. It'll be Ryan Tudak. Tudak. I know he's got Kyle Leon
This is race number 2 of our 8-scale buggy division. Race 13 of 19 total for the day. This is round 2 of qualifying. Only 2 rounds being ran today, so after these next 6 races here, we will be done for the day. Tomorrow we'll come back with 2 more rounds of qualifying, and then likely some lower mains getting started in the evening, and then mains all day on Sunday. We're here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 scale Fuel Nationals. We're at Adobe RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. We want to thank our title sponsor again for this weekend, A-Main Hobbies, our supporting sponsors ProTech and Leadfinger Racing. Our broadcast center booth has been brought to you by Nitro Pro. Instant replays coming to you all weekend long from J Concepts. BeachRC.com providing our track overview. ProTech, our pit lane camera. Techno RC, our Dragon back. And TNR Fuels, our option line camera. As we go green here in Heat 2, 2 of 8 in our 8-scale buggy division.
So this is our first complete heat. We've got Jeff out there marshaling. A lot of our 40-plus guys stayed out there. Eclipse still there. Chris Nelson's out there still. We've got the hired marshal out there.
Very nice of those guys after just 3 drivers in the previous one. See another Roar official running across the track there. Looks like Jamie coming around first here, 35.9, 36.2 out of Kyle. There's a 41.6 out of Darren. That back section continuing to plague drivers with problems. 4:40 to go in this one. Jamie still the current pace leader, 35.9 that last lap. 2 laps into this one, only one of 2 drivers on 2 laps so far. Kyle the only other one. Leader has gone fast lap, 2 laps in a row. 35.9 the fast lap for themselves and for the race right now. Only one on a new TQ pace.
Miles Brewer, Justin Uglin getting out there late. Justin Miller not making the start.
All the way up against the fence and into the backside of another competitor.
So here's Ida.
Jamie working the way over the big double there. Yellow wheels, yellow body, white wing, working his way through traffic, clean and smooth.
Over the double in the center of the track. Trying to dodge all the carnage.
Maybe a tad rich out there, maybe not. Definitely putting on a lot of smoke.
Somebody outside our building's engine will barely run.
Meanwhile, Jamie's putting out clouds of smoke. No issue of power, though, making it over every big jump out here on the course at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway, up on 2 wheels and opting for the inside line through the option lane. Jamie Ida out front, 35 flat. I'm sorry, 35.6. Then a 0. My old eyes can't see that well. Oh, dancing around there, Jamie. 2 wheels from left to right. Oh, gets it wrong over the double there. Back on 2 wheels again, though. 2-4. Down on a 10-lap run now. 10.605. And I tell you what, Jose Alvarado looking to set TQ through at least one more heat. If these guys can't get it together. 2:35 to go in this one.
Hot lap of the race, Justin Uglin in 5th with a 34 flat.
Full 2.5 faster than anybody else.
He got started late for some reason. This looks like Ryan Kaduk.
Oh,
Upside down car.
Everybody avoiding each other, though. 2 minutes to go in this one. Jamie still increasing his fast lap every time around, 35 flat that time. More trouble for our drivers on that backside there.
Oh, getting stuck. Onto the straightaway. Here's Jamie again, making a mistake, and now he's upside down.
Just a tough spot to get marshaled at. The marshal has to try to run downhill to get to you, not passing you by. About a minute 10 to go in this one. Jamie still showing out front, but definitely a real rough lap as he adds to it now there. Hung up on the pipe. 55 seconds to go in this one. No one looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado. Alvarado, the only one to touch the 11 lap pace so far. Everybody else in this one looking to do 10. More drivers upside down. Frantic rev.
Looks like Kyle Adolph.
Oh, Kyle getting pushed around after finally getting marshaled.
I really don't understand running black wheels. I don't feel like you can see what your tire's doing.
No.
So you can't tell where your tire ends and where your wheel begins.
The same with the, I know some of these guys running these black tipped wheels almost to kind of look like a fatter tire.
I mean, that's just because the material has to be made that color because it has carbon in it.
Oh, okay.
So it's not really a choice. Like, they've started to make wheel dots that actually go all the way up the wheel. The original wheel dots were just a little bit narrower, so then it looks like the sidewall's fatter.
Making more sense now.
They do look kind of funky, though.
Oh, Jamie getting it wrong again there on the back right side. And it looks like that'll do it for Jamie. 10-6-20. He will take that one. Oh, and gets tagged at the end as well. Kyle may have gave him a little end of race tag. 10-6-20 was that pace for Jamie. 10-6-24 for Kyle, and Darren, who's about ready to finish up, is going to run a 10-6-40-ish, I believe. Let's see what he ends up with here. Yeah, Darren's done. 10-6-39, finishes out strong. So nobody going faster than Jose's time. So Jose from Heat 1 will hold TQ at least until Heat 3. Heat 3 coming up next.
All right, looks like we're going to get some water, and then we will be back to pretty much finish out the round.
14 getting water. The next group to get water will be race number 18. So race number 18 will get water. That will be the final water of the day. Once again, big thank you to all of our sponsors here for the World Nationals, the off-road Nitro version, right here at the Desert Mountain Speedway. Thanks to Factory Shop and Love. Thanks to Trueform, Hot Race, LFR, Legendary Racing, X-Ray. Thanks to TNR, CNC Bearings, Team Motion Racing, S-Work, Proline, and BSC. Thanks everybody. Really appreciate the help you're giving here to us locals. So host a national event like this is pretty special. Last time we had a national was with the Nitro kit back in 2008. So it's been a minute, and thanks for all the support. Thanks for the help, Jeff. Thanks for marshalling and watering. Appreciate that. Let's make sure we've got Marshall's prop covered. You're going to do it number 2 on the back right. Heath, you're going to do it 2 on the back right, please.
All right, and we're back underway. This one's got Eller, Thompson, Dinsford, Curry, Fox, Vigil, Corey, Lacey, Michaels, Sanchez, Smith, and Young. So John Young, the only one not checked in for this one so far. All right, everybody checked in now. Beach RC track overview. Got some Adam Curry fans out there. 30 seconds until this one gets started. This one getting underway. Travis Corey, first one across the line, 34.6. V-Hill comes by with a 33 flat.
Everybody's starting to get lap number one in. 32.7 from Cody Thompson right now. So far the fast one. There's a 33 flat out of Joshua V-Hill. Everybody else finishing up. Ooh, John Young finally got out there, so he didn't get checked in, but GQ Johnny back on the track.
Aiden Fox not making the start on this one. There he is. So he did make the start. Just a little late.
Last two there just had a little bit of a late one. But they're up and moving. Cody Thompson still leading the way after two, a 33.2 his second lap, 32.6 out of Travis Corey. 34.1 out of Adam Curry on lap one, due around any time. Looks like he had a rough lap as well. Adam's going to drop down quite a bit. 4:15 to go early in this one. Laps 3 just being completed right now. Travis Corey, one of the first and only ones. There's Brent Densford on his third lap.
TJ Eller across the line with a 33.8. He's in the 3 spot. Cody Thompson out front. 11.607 pace. Travis Corey in the 2 on an 11.611. Ooh. Here's Cody Thompson. Going through the backside of the track. Oh, and then flaming out.
Oh, no.
That's a big old bummer.
Heartbreak for our leader there. Travis going to go to the number 1 spot after that. TJ going to go to the 2, Brent the 3, Josh the 4, and Joe the 5. Never want to have a bad round 1 or round 2 qualifier. You obviously want to have great qualifiers all the time, but nothing's more than putting a little stress on yourself knowing you have to get another good one in if you had a fluke on this one.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help.
The TNR option lane cam right to Techno's Dragon's back. Back straightaway, blue, white, and yellow. It's our race leader, Travis Corey. Rock, something was collected there from the track. Looked large.
Ooh, Brent Densford coming up short and then nosing it in. And everyone running straight into him.
A pile of 8-scale buggies. Josh V-Hill to the 1 spot. Travis now probably going to fall back a little bit after that.
So V-Hill came by with a 32 flat.
2 minutes to go in this one. Josh, Travis, TJ. Looks like our top 4 drivers all looking to go faster than TQ right now. Again, this is heat 3 of 8 of our 8-scale buggy class. Travis still up front, TJ, Josh, Brent. Brent, after that rough lap there, got collected with several vehicles.
I think he's having another rough lap. Here's TJ Eller, Associated Engineer. So TJ coming through the backside of the track.
Over the big double there, working their way to the driver stand.
Onto the straightaway, he's on an 11.619 third place spot. TJ putting in some smooth and consistent laps. Over the Techno Dragon's back.
A little rubbing racing down the back straightaway there. Keeping it clean though. Over the double. Mr. Eller working his way over the big roller in front of the driver stand. Big double. About 30 seconds to go in this one. Leaders pace an 11.617. Top 4 drivers still all looking to go faster than the TQ set in Heat 1 by Jose Alvarado. Ooh, that was almost a pretty sweet inside pass there.
TJ coming around the backside of the track, almost getting stuck.
Looking cool, calm, and in control out there, not looking out of sorts at all. That's how you'd expect your engineer to be driving.
He's up to the 2 spot now. He's only a second behind Joshua.
Nice inside move there by Mr. Eller in the 2 spot. Works his way around another couple of contenders. Down the back straightaway, yellow, blue, yellow wheels associated, RCB4. Coming back around double here. And heading back towards the driver's stand as time has expired. This will be the last one. That'll do it. Joshua Vigil is going to take that. An 11.615. TJ Eller in the 2 spot. 11.6, excuse me. Josh Vigil with an 11.615. TJ Eller with an 11.618. Travis is going to finish up in the 3rd spot with an 11.633.
These are the only 3 guys ahead of Jose Alvarado's time from the first run. Then it's Dinsford 5, Michael 6, Ida 7, Curry 8, Lacey 9, and Adolph top 10 so far.
Start to see those lap times get a little faster and a little faster there as well. 32 flat ended up being the fast lap out of our winner, Josh Vigil. As we get into Heat 4, the top half of our 8-scale buggy division. Checking in with our ProTech RC pit lane cam. See Barry down there working on somebody. I'm sorry, that's not Barry.
So your new top 12 for round number 2 here, new Nitro Buggy, Joshua Vigil, at 11 laps 6:15, that's the top spot. Then Eller, Corey, and Jose Alvarado going 11. Brent Dinsford 5th with a 10 lap 6 flat. Then Michael, Lisa, Curry, Lacey, and then Kyle Adolph in 10th with a 10 lap 6:24. Alex Smith, and then Cody Thompson with Josh Keith down there in 13.
All right, next up is Heat 4 of 8 for Buggy. Hill, Johnson, Peters, Trenier, Sava, Stober, Drake, Chicarillo, Deschinas, Savas, Burt, and Wortman.
Number 9, Thomas Michaels. Thomas Michaels, I should have you on number 9. Thomas Michaels, way out. Number 9, Thomas Michaels.
Game faces on for our pit lane mechanics. Everybody tossing their drivers down and out for practice here. Again, this is heat 4 of 8 in our 8-scale Nitro Buggy division. Pace to beat Josh Vigil on 11.615 set in the previous heat. Taking a look at our TNR option lane. BeachRC.com bringing us our track overview this week and taking a look at the back right side of the track, looking back towards the driver's stand.
.com.
Winding down day 2, day 1 of qualifying here at the Roar 8-scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals. 2 rounds of qualifying today. We are into round 2 of qualifying. Quali points being used. 2 rounds today, 2 rounds tomorrow. And then we'll get started into lower mains Saturday night and into our higher mains on Sunday. Once again, as we start getting to this halfway point of the round in each class, we start to see some of our more household names starting to pop up. Paul Ciccarello in this one, Rhonda Drake, Tom Stober, Nick Sava, Adam Peters, Kyle Johnson, Graham Hill, Daniel Salvas, Dave Burt, Riley Wortman, and Eric Deschaines in this one. Back over to the left side of the track, looking back at the driver's stand. This side of the track has seemed to have held up pretty well, but it is a difficult section nonetheless. This is the highest speed portion of the track, giving a lot of throttle to get over these 2 large double sections. Another big technicality right here. Big double, but you have to get hard on the brakes on a tight 180 to head back towards the driver's stand as we take a look at Paul Ciccarello right here. X-Ray Regional Team Manager working his way into the option line. Opts for the outside with the green flag dropping. We're live in this one. Guys are going to start getting their early laps in to try to reset the TQ. Currently held by Josh Vigil, 11.615. Paul Ciccarello hasn't checked in just yet. Well, excuse me, he's checked in, but he hasn't started his first lap. So looking to start off this first lap on a heater. Going to give himself plenty of room from everybody. And it looks like with Paul starting, we're 2 away from all being live here in this Heat 4 race of our round 2 of qualification in 8-scale Nitro Buggy. Ciccarello going outside in that X-ray. Double, single roller back through the uphill moguls. Double into a single roller onto the straightaway. Navigating the lunar eclipse holes. And everybody's starting to come around and put in lap 1. Paul opting for a nice safe lap 1. Pretty standard. Going big over the big double there. Paul's going to find himself in the 3rd position here after lap 1. Everybody turning 32s, 33s, our top 5. Kyle goes a 32.3 for Mr. Kyle Johnson. Jerome Terrain going 32.7. Paul Ciccarello 32.8. Rhonda a 33.5.
So here's Paul coming around to end lap 2, 32.7. He's in the 2nd place spot behind Kyle Johnson. Stober in the 3 spot, Drake in the 4, and Graham Hill in the 5. Graham moves to the 4, Rhonda Drake down to the 5. So Paul coming up on Jerome.
Down that back straightaway, Paul Ciccarello working his way through the lunar eclipse holes. Ooh, everybody's starting to get piled together going onto the start-finish line. Oh, we check in with, it looks like that was Kyle Johnson. Kyle got upside down, got Marshall. Did he flame? Oh, it looks like he probably gave some throttle there, wanting to get out of the Marshal's hand. The Marshal just trying to make sure he didn't take out other cars. Maybe held on to him a tad long. Kyle probably getting a little frustrated there. Might have taken some finger skin with him.
Kyle running for the One Army team, trying to get through these cars.
Over that start-finish line right now, that's going to drop him all the way down to the 7 after that issue. Gets a little tangled up and almost loses it again in the exact same spot. Paul Ciccarello is going to find himself in the top spot as we watch our number 7 now, Kyle Johnson, working his way over the single roller. Uphill moguls to the back section of the track, jumping over one of our drivers, touching the backside. Both of them getting all squirrely. Kyle's going to get on the inside and take the position away. Physically on the track, even though that's not what they're racing right now. 2:45 to go in this one. Ciccarello, Graham Hill, Jerome in the 3 spot, Rhonda the 4, Adam Peters the 5. Right now, top 3 drivers are looking to go faster than Josh V. Hill's 11.615.
Hot lap of the race, Kyle Johnson, 32.2. Chicky out front, though, in 11.604. Graham Hill, 11.611. And Jerome, 11.613. Rhonda running 4th, and Adam Peters in the 5.
Ciccarello, clipping off a 32.7 for his fast lap. Ciccarello on an 11.604. Remember, we want to see that 12-lap run. We want to get as low into the 12s as you can. Getting pretty close to touching those 12s right now. And we're taking a look at Jerome right now, running with Rhonda Drake. Rhonda in the pink and black, white. Both of them get a little close. But both maintain positions now, working their way through the lunar holes over the double.
Jerome running the Mugen. Rhonda running the Mugen.
Team Mugen drivers trying to run together, not hurt each other's position. Rhonda tries to give the position away and does. Had to hold up probably a little bit longer than she wanted to. Somebody upside down. Jerome working his way through the uphill moguls. Double on the backside roller into the straightaway. Again, entering the straightaway just as difficult as exiting it. Very small, tight lines to take to avoid destruction. Rhonda going a little wide there, keeps it together. Minute 5 to go in this one. Ciccarello still out front, slowing down just a tick. Was on an 11.604, now down to an 11.605. Ooh, down to a 608. Had a rough one there, 35.5 out of Paul Ciccarello. Jerome's going to close that gap up, only 0.7 of a second behind Paul Ciccarello now. So we're watching number 2 looking to take over that lead spot. Team Mugen down that back straightaway, white wheels, yellow and orange body. Getting up on all 2. Saying hi to the crowd, gets up on 2 again. Incoming cars, that's Kyle Johnson playing lawn darts. Jerome will maintain that second position, had a okay lap, 34.4. Ciccarello, though, backs up his best lap with a 32.4, maintaining that number 1 spot. 6:07 the pace right now. About 15 seconds to go in this one. Ciccarello, Jerome, Graham, Kyle Johnson, Tom Stober. That's your top 5 right now. Rhonda Drake just outside that top 5.
Rhonda got collected with Kyle.
Paul got hit by a lapper as well. Maintains position, though, doesn't lose a lot. 34.1 that lap for Paul Ciccarello on an 11.608. Time expiring this one, letting everybody finish up. Ciccarello, Jerome, both on their victory laps here, final laps. Graham on lap 10, Kyle Johnson on lap 10, Stober on lap 10, so is Rhonda and Adam.
Paul getting a little loose in the back corner.
Kyle Johnson sneaking around. Kyle has worked his way back up after a kind of disastrous start and still some mistakes afterward. You're still going to find himself in the top 5. Ciccarello going to finish that one up with a 34.7. That's going to be an 11.609 for Paul Ciccarello. He is going to take that one, but just by 0.2 of a second over Jerome Trainer. That is a 11.609.8 for Jerome. Kyle an 11.611. Graham Hill an 11.614, and Tom Stober an 11.616. So our top 4 drivers through Graham Hill are going to go faster than Josh V. Hill's TQ. So heading into Heat 5, our top 10. Paul Ciccarello, Jerome Trainer, Kyle Johnson, Graham Hill, Joshua V. Hill, Tom Stober, TJ Eller, Rhonda Drake, Adam Peters, and Travis Corey. Looking in on our beachrc.com track overview. We will see water one more time before this round of qualifying comes to an end. Standard practice so far as they've been trying to soak the track at night. Again, we're in the desert though, so
in the desert.
Water in the desert is about what you would expect.
TQ on 11.609 with a 5. Right there, right there. Johnson, Grandhill, and that puts Joshua Vila in the 5th. It's from 11 laps of 15. Then Silver, Elliott, Ron.
So this one's got Wheeler, Gleckler, Fisher, Arredondo, Vinkmolder, Wyrick, Bartlett, Bider, Chura, Hicks, Bartlett, and Christian in it. I want to say Fisher and Arredondo were two to lead it out in the last round of this race. Gleckler had a really, really good Nitro truck run this last round.
And we're getting these ones off and on the track. This is heat number 5 of 8, our 8-scale Nitro Buggy class. Take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. So we've got one or two still trying to make their way out there. BeachRC.com track overview. Everybody starting to get their warm-up laps in. TNR option line here. Already see several drivers opting for the inside here out of this heat. Once again, this is heat 5 of 8 in our Nitro 8-scale buggy class here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. Brought to you by our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies. Supporting sponsors, ProTech and Leadfinger Racing. J Concepts bringing you our instant replays this weekend. ProTech bringing you our pit cam, BeachRC.com bringing you our track overview, and our TNR Fuels option lane camera, along with the Techno Dragon's back. Thank you to all of our sponsors bringing you this race coverage. We're on race 16 of 19 total for the day, and our 2 rounds of qualifying. 19 total heats out here today. And we will see water one more time as the loop goes live here. Chris Wheeler in this one, Jordan Gleckler, Billy Fisher, Carlos Arredondo, Don Vickmulder, Brian Wyrick, Brandon Bartlett, Wyatt Beater, Cole Chura, Charles Hicks, Dylan Bartlett, and Buddy Christian in this one. Ooh, getting up on 2 wheels, doing a somersault down the back straightaway. Hucking it and chucking it. Oh, flat landing there on the double. Not a great way to get going there. That is Carlos Arredondo. He's going to come around with the 34-2. Buddy Christian, the 32-1.
Carlos was a little bit all over the place on the first lap. Seems like he's getting it under control. Here's Buddy Christian, though.
Buddy Christian working his way through the uphill moguls. That is our race leader down the back straightaway. Gets on and off the straightaway about as cleanly as you can, up and over the big double. Hard on the brakes, tight 180 back towards the driver's stand for our race leader, Buddy Christian. A 32.9 that lap. He's on a 12.630. That would be our first 12-lap run of round number 2 in 8-scale buggy. 32.9 out of Buddy Christian, Brian Wyrick, Carlos Arredondo, Charles Hicks now, Billy Fisher in the 4, Jordan Gleckler the 5. About 4:20 to go in this one. Top two looking to go faster than the TQ set in the last round by Paul Ciccarello. The last heat by Paul Ciccarello.
Here's Carlos and Buddy working their way around together.
Carlos goes outside, so does Buddy. Oh, neither meant for it to happen, but they both collected each other. Looks like Buddy had already committed to the line and kind of just landed to the inside of Carlos.
Carlos goes over the top of him.
Neither can seem to separate each other as they have been nose to tail or touching for this entire lap. Finally, it looks like Buddy finds a little bit of pipe there. It's going to separate the two of them just for a minute. Meanwhile, Billy Fisher to the point, 31.5 out of Billy Fisher. Check out Dylan Bartlett, though, a 31.4 out of Mr. Bartlett. He's finding himself up to the 2 spot. Buddy Christian still stays 3. Don to the 4. Carlos to the 5. With 3:20 to go in this one, Billy Fisher once again looking to set the early TQ from heat number 5. Seems to hold up at least through the C heat sometimes, if not the B. Billy looking to go even faster this one, though. Fish Daddy over the big double in front of us. S-Works team driver going over the next big double. Up and down the tabletop. Going inside option line is Fisher. Double, single. Blue, yellow, and white. Up the uphill moguls. Down and around the double. Oh, flipping end over end. There's a hole there in the face of that double, and Fisher found all of it.
Front end of Fisher's buggy seems really soft. Fish Daddy out front. Buddy Christian in the 2. Carlos in the 3. Hot lap of the race, Dylan Bartlett with a 31.4.
Fisher working his way over the double single roller. 2:10 to go in this one. He's still leading it, but does fall off of that 12-lap run. An 11.6 flat right now for Fisher. Fisher getting through that back section cleanly this time after having nightmares.
Fisher with a 32.1. Carlos comes by with a 31.1. He's on an 11.604. So Carlos starting to find some pace.
Fisher right into the face of that single there again. Drivers using that to slow themselves down, and I guess he achieved that. He threw out some dirt showers at the same time. Finds that same hole, but doesn't flip end over end this time. 1:35 to go. Billy Fisher leading this one. Back on a 12-lap run. 12.631 for Fisher.
There's Billy on the front straightaway.
Same pace for Billy. 32.5 that time by 32.2 out of Carlos Arredondo up into the 2 spot. Buddy Christian 31.7. Fast lap for him.
Top 4 looking to go faster than Chicky. There's Billy coming to the backside of the track down the straightaway. Coming onto the front straightaway, 32.1, 12.631 pace. Buddy Christian back to the 2, Carlos in the 3. Billy taking the inside option line.
About 35 seconds to go in this one. Fisher still leading the way, working his way on the backside of the track down the back straightaway. Through the lunar eclipse hole. Lunar double. Back towards the driver's stand. Fish Daddy with 24-23-24 it looked like on our clock.
31.5 from Billy Fisher. 12.629. Buddy Christian on an 11.602 and Carlos on an 11.604.
10 seconds to go. Double single for our race leader. That's going to be time in this one. Everybody finishing up their final laps. Most drivers on lap 10 right now. So it looks like Fisher going to be about the only one who avoids, oh my goodness, avoids 3 cars.
He's still got one lap to
his
go.
Final lap here. That's what I was looking for. I knew he had to get by all of those to get onto this lap, whether they were done or not. He didn't want to start off that final lap with a big goose egg. But he avoids destruction, keeps it on all 4s, even gets through that rough double in the back cleanly. Down the back straightaway, our race leader looking to take the new TQ along with the top 4. Buddy Christian does finish off with an 11.602. There's Billy, 12.628 for our race winner. It's our new TQ. Buddy Christian's going to end up on that 11.602. Carlos with an 11.604, and Dylan an 11.608. That's going to be new TQ for all 4 of those drivers. As we head into Heat 6 of our Nitro 8-scale buggy. This is Heat 17 of 19 total for the day.
Our scoring loop is right after this second little double, and we are in Phoenix, Arizona for the 2022 Roar 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals. There it is. You're getting zoomed in on it. There's 2 faint lines there. That's where the loop is.
Basically in that corner right there. There's a loop, we promise.
All right, this one, Heat 6 of 8, C Heat. We've got Jones, Duvall, Tollard, Robinson, Pavitas, Spinrad, Westergaard, Mechanic, Sontag, Horn, Jensen, and Tommy Hines. Looks like we've got a Jermaine Robinson fan in the chat. Jermaine's a local to me now down in Texas. All right. Kenny saying to roll him out. All right, so these guys trying to beat a 12.628 from Billy Fisher.
All kinds of fast ones in this one. Tyler Jones, Ron Duvall, Cole Tollard, Jermaine Robinson, as previously spoke of, Ryan Pavitas, Walker Spinrad, Anthony Westergaard, Ethan Mechanic, Tater Sontag, Aiden Horn, Cole Jensen, Tommy Hines. All kinds of big names in this one, and everybody looking to go faster than the Billy Fisher's TQ. We're going to get this line live at about 1 minute. Everybody heading into pit lane to get topped off on fuel.
Got Walker upside down coming into the pits. Kenny and Jimmy Babcock were the race directors at the DNC. Here's Tyler Jones. Tyler's had a little bit of a rough day so far. Track's getting so choppy.
Challenging for sure. Tyler Jones, the Indiana local, working his way on the inside option line. Ooh, getting a little tight on that, but that's okay. The live just went live, so no harm, no foul. Everybody trying to figure out what new holes have developed since they've been on the track last, how they have to hit new lines now. Tyler trying to figure all of that out here in these closing seconds of practice, and he's going to start his live loop right now.
He's going to have a pretty clear track since Anthony crashed right in front of him.
So Westergaard going to be there behind Tyler Jones both going for the inside line. Something I've noticed here in these last few heats, I feel like maybe guys feel like that outside line maybe getting a little dusty, costing a little time, kind of drifting out there in the drift.
I think for some reason the pro guys just take it more. Like they're almost 50-50 split, whereas the rest of the field seems to be like 90-10. I don't know why, but
maybe even practice just for the main events, knowing that with close racing, they're going to have to take some risks.
Yeah, potentially. Tyler Jones out front after 1 on a 30.4. Well, we've got 2 marshals in the center. He gets around them pretty clean. Bit of a new paint job for Mr. Jones, a little lighter than previous, a little easier to see.
Seems to be the thing in 8 scale, right? If you're an 8 scale and an electric 10 scale driver, you have to run a different paint job on the 8 scale stuff than you do the 10 scale. Even if you still run the 10 scale stuff, sometimes you got to change up for the 8 scale. Or at least that's what I see all these times. So.
I'm just blind the entire time, so my paint job's just easy to see.
I was going to say, that's what I go bright as possible all year round. Tyler Jones right now leading this one. Tell you what, somebody who's looked pretty impressive all week but also has had some rough runs has been Cole Tollard. Cole Tollard finds himself up in the 2 spot right now, a 30.7. His fast lap and 0.3 of a second behind Tyler Jones's fast lap, which is the fastest of the heat right now, 30.4 out of Tyler Jones. Leading this way right now, another 30.4. So 2 consecutive fast laps for Tyler Jones. Inside option for him and everyone else in line.
So it's Jones, Tollard, Spinrad, Westergaard, Horn, top 5. Spinrad with a really long lap is going to drop to the 10, though. So Westergaard up to the 3, then Horn and Duvall. Hot lap of the race, our leader. Coming across the line here, and he comes by with an even faster lap, a 30.3, so he's on a 12.607.
Tyler Jones, Techno J Concepts, working his way over the double roller single uphill moguls.
There's a hole right that he found.
I don't know if he created that or found it, but either way, it's there now. Tyler Jones on a 12.607 early on as he's going to complete lap number 4 and start lap 5.
Onto the straightaway, another hot lap for Tyler. 3rd one in a row, 30.356.
With that, Tyler is going to get a little bit closer to that 13-lap run, still on a solid 12 right now, 12.607. Looking to set a top 10 run here from our C heat. Jones 180 through the lunar holes. Oh, doesn't get that double right, but doesn't really lose much of any time. Almost kind of steps himself up just fine. 31.4, so about a second slower than his fast laps.
So T. Jones, Tollard, Horn, Westergaard, Pavitas, that's your top 5 right now. Tyler's got a 3.5 second lead above Cole Tollard, though, who's got about a second on Aiden Horn. Uh-oh.
Tyler getting a little bit squirrely there, up on 2 wheels on the pipe, but recollects it. Not going to be a super fast lap here, but still is going to be a 31.9. It's going to keep him out front. He's got a 3.5 second lead over Ryan Pavitas now. Pavitas running up into that 2 spot, kind of seemingly out of nowhere.
Pops off with a 30.2 on the last lap. Finding some pace, young Pavitas is.
A hundredths of a second faster than Tyler Jones's fast lap is Ryan Pavitas. Aiden Horn also kind of sneaking up there. He finds himself in the 3 spot. Cole Tollard going to drop all the way down to the 6. So another less than ideal run out of Cole after promising laps early on. Westergaard in the 4, Ethan Mechanic in the 5.
Aiden Horn comes by with his fastest lap of 30.8. He's on a 12.617, so he's only about a second behind Pavitas, who's 3.5 behind Tyler Jones. Jones driving a pretty smooth race here.
Very hard to do right now at this point in the weekend, too. The track just so difficult to get around on. This is the point in time in the weekend where you start seeing all of the pros having 1 to 2 mistakes in each run. Tyler had a little bit of a bobble, maybe 2 early in this one or earlier on in this one. No marshals, though.
It's coming up on Tommy Hines. Tommy giving him a bunch of room. They have 2 very different goals this weekend. Tyler's trying to make the show and do as well as he can. Tommy's here to have some fun.
Or just stay in the show.
Yeah. Yeah, make it to day 5 would be the goal.
Yeah, no one wants to leave on day 1. Tyler Jones out front right now. 15 seconds to go in this one. Pavitas Horn. Cole Tollard has crawled his way back into the 4 spot. So we see 3 of our top 4 drivers, Midwest guys out here. Tyler Jones, Indiana native. Aiden Horn, Michigan. Cole Tollard, Wisconsin.
New hot lap from Tyler Jones, 30.1.
Region 5 representing.
He's got a bunch of traffic here to finish the race off with. Walker letting him go. There's Aiden in front of him. Oh, kind of helps both of them, actually.
Aiden was stuck on the pipe there. Tyler pushed through him and got him off the pipe. All of them got back up and going. Aiden doing his best not to run into the backside of Tyler. That tight double there. Not a lot of room to do anything as everybody's finishing up. Tyler Jones is going to take that one. A 12.610.9. Ryan Pavitas, 12.614.0. Cole Tollard is going to finish up here, it looks like in 3rd after coming back from a rough lap. We'll let him get around here. Here comes Cole right now. Second one in line there. Cole's across and finishes in 3rd. So again, top 3, Tyler Jones, Ryan Pavitas, Cole Tollard, and then Ron Duvall. Aiden Horn's going to drop down to the 5. Anthony Westergaard, Ethan Mechanic, Walker Spinrad finishes up, then Tommy Hines, Cole Jensen, Jermaine Robinson, and Tater Sontag. Top 7 drivers, all going faster than Billy Fisher's TQ. So now we'll move into our B heat, heat 7 of 8. Race 18 of 19 here in round 2 of qualification at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals at Adobe RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. Our title sponsors this week in A-Main Hobbies. Also want to thank our supporting sponsors, Leadfinger Racing and ProTech. Nitro Pro bringing you the broadcast center, along with J Concepts bringing you all of our instant replays this weekend. BeachRC.com with our track overview, ProTech on our pit lane, Techno RC bringing us the Techno Dragons back, and our TNR Fuels option lane.
All sorts of great sponsors this weekend. There is one Tyler Jones right there.
T. Jones with a good, solid run there. He's got to feel good about that one. Probably one of the more clean runs that he's had so far this weekend.
All right, and we're going to get some water, so we'll be back here in a second to finish off this round.
Can I get somebody else to pick up that hose here in the front left? Got another hose on that front left. And it's like, Savita's going to help us out, thank you. So here's your new top pro, Tyler Jones. UTT spotters at 12 lap 610 with a 9. Ryan Pavitas at 12 614. Cole Tollard, 12 lap 619. Ron DeVole at 12 lap 620. Aiden Horn at 12 lap 620.5. Are you kidding me? Ron DeVole and Aiden Horn have identical lap time. 12 lap 620.565. Wow, all right. Okay, Red, figure that one out. I've never seen that. Westergaard 6, Mackinac 7, Fisher 8, Jenner at 9, Tommy Hines, 10th with a 12 out 634. Then Jensen Christian, Julian Robinson down to 13. Final water for the day. Race number 18 gets the red stuff, and race 19 will have a pretty much dry track. Doesn't take long to dry it out with temperatures in the 80s. We'll breeze out there to keep you guys a little cool, hopefully. It's supposed to be good weather tomorrow, maybe a little bit warmer. And then Sunday, maybe. We'll just have to wait and see. This one here going to be Peyton Fuller, Jared Tebow, Brandon Rose, Seth Van Dalen, Lee Setzer, Jared Williams, Ryan Lutz, Tanner Dennis, Ryan Cavallari, Steve Harris, TJ Dillon, and David Bada. Marshall on number 3. So 3 and 7. Number 9. Number 5. Let's have that put down 1. Waiting for that hose, don't roll them out. All right, race 18, roll them out for the men's matches here. Thanks again for all of our volunteers throwing water down for us here. The final time for water today.
This is race number 7 of 8. If we zoom out from our Pro Tech pit lane, this is our B heat. A lot of fast guys in this one. Caden Fuller, Jared Tebow, Brandon Rose, Seth Van Dalen, Lee Setzer, Jared Wiggins, Ryan Lutz, Tanner Denny, Ryan Cavallari, Steve Harris, CJ Jellin, Davey Bada. Jared Tebow set the TQ in round 1. He did that here from the B heat. Tebow took TQ in both classes this weekend as we take a look at our TNR option lane.
Somebody chilling upside down. Ryan Pavitas going to get him. Got Gotti Jr. checking in. RIP podcast.
For somebody who's been away from the hobby for a while and then gotten back into it, there's something, I don't know, therapeutic about seeing Ryan Pavitas out on the track because he looks so much like his dad. So it just looks like Mark is back out there constantly all the time. So
it was really funny before he hit puberty because I used to just call him Fetus Pavitas, which I'm not sure he really enjoyed, but I did. Yeah, I can actually say I've been beaten by Mark and Ryan Pavitas now. It's awesome.
Isn't that fun? Multiple generations of one family beating us.
Yeah, it's great. Ryan and I battled to the death at the TNR Fuels Challenge for like 3rd place in Nitro Buggy.
It's like Tyler Jones here. Tyler was a local for us and got to beat up on Tyler for a couple of years before he got real good. And then all of a sudden he's right there, and then he's ahead of us, and then he's a long ways ahead of us. So
now he's just gone.
Now he's just gone. 4 seconds until we get this one live. Everybody going to be doing a mad dash in this one, looking for one more chance at TQ for Friday at least. We got 2 more rounds of qualifying tomorrow. This one is live and everybody getting underway. Take a look at Ryan Lutz right now, the Kyosho team driver going inside option line.
We have to remember too, our TQ came out of this run the previous round. It wasn't wet, but Jared Tebow in the B heat.
I will say, too, these guys are probably getting the primest track that our upper heats of Buggy have seen so far this weekend.
From what I've it's better than what it was last round. But from what I've heard from the guys is they want one after the water. The water's not super ideal because it's a little slimy, but obviously you don't want to be out there for too long. Otherwise, it's just really dry.
So the A heat looking to get that prime track here. After this B heat, Ryan Lutz, the Kyosho, working its way up the uphill moguls. Really kind of that doubles become kind of a single into a roller on the back straightaway. Lutz up and over the double, 180 back towards the driver's stand. Lap 1 into lap 2, Jared Tebow, 30.0 out of Jared Tebow lap 1. Once again, early on, looking up front and to lead the pace. CJ Jellin, 30.4 out of CJ Jellin. Jared had a little bit of a slower lap, 31.1 out of Jared Tebow. That is our race leader now to the number 2 position, Jared Tebow. Over the double roller, uphill moguls. Pretty much did a double there. Not everybody doing that. Some have elected to go single.
Somebody asking if TQ even matters at this race because of the ladder format. It does matter because the TQ goes straight to the main final. You don't have to run the semis. We saw it a couple of years where guys like Mayfield would TQ the race and then have problems in the semi and not make the final. So, yeah, the guy who is TQ gets to run both semi-final practices. They don't have to run the semi-final, and then they're just ready to go for the main final. So it absolutely matters.
Cool to see at least some of those changes being made over the years. Tanner Denny now working his way down the back straightaway. S-Works team driver up on 2 wheels. Ryan Cavallari right behind him, the TLR. Denny working his way in front of the driver's stand. Big double for him. Denny finds himself in the 4 spot right now. 31.1 out of Tanner Denny that last lap. Looks like our top 4 drivers, 3 right now, ahead of Tyler Jones's TQ.
I think Jared Tebow is just upside down. That may move Seth Van Dalen up to the lead. Seth was having trouble with the loop. We talked about them kind of changing the track between Q1 and Q2. He was one of the drivers that requested that. They were kind of jumping over the loop, but they were totally on the track, so they needed to have the loop moved a little bit. So Tanner Denny to the lead now, 12.608. Seth in second, 12.609.
Tanner starting to become a lot more consistent threat in Nitro here over the last year or two. Really solidifying his Nitro program. Denny out front on that 12.608 as stated. Seth Van Dalen on an 09. He is 0.2 of a second behind Tanner Denny. CJ Jellin to the 3. Jared Wiggins the 4. Ryan Lutz the 5. Tebow trying to crawl his way back from the 8 position right now. Only the top 2 drivers ahead of Tyler Jones's TQ. So Tyler Jones looking to potentially hold a top 3 position going into the A heat.
What's really wild about Tanner Denny is the more part-time he becomes, the better it seems like his results get. Now he's a mortgage broker. He has a day job, and he comes out and finishes 3rd at Nitro Challenge last year and is consistently making these larger mains.
Might be a added benefit for somebody like that to have something else to get your mind on.
Yeah, 0 pressure. You just go out there and drive.
Doing it this weekend. We take a look at Seth Van Dalen. That is our number 2 driver, 0.3 of a second behind Mr. Tanner Denny. Van Dalen in the Techno rides, is that correct?
Yes, sir. He's another really aggressive style, kind of like what we watched with CJ earlier in truck.
Throw Tyler in that mix too. Seems to be a lot of guys on the Techno team that really fit that kind of driving style. They seem to really like those cars for that reason.
So Denny, Van Dalen, Jellin, Wiggins, and Lutz, your top 5 now. So we are going to, for the first time today, we are going to get a new TQ. Because Tebow is all the way down in the 10th spot.
So Tebow, after some rough laps, not looking to TQ round 2, trying to salvage a top 10 really at this point. Tanner Denny, our race leader, working his way in front of the scoring loop, in front of the driver's stand over the large double.
For the first time this race, Seth is back out in front of Tanner. So I guess the second time this race, but Seth just barely in front of Tanner right now. TNR option line as the boys actually use the option into the Techno Dragon's back.
Seth clicking off some quick laps because Tanner really hasn't made too many mistakes. Maybe just a little track bobble here and there. Nothing that I would say really cost him any time. But nonetheless, Seth has moved his way to the front and put 0.4 of a second between him and Tanner.
I think Tanner's going back to the lead on this one. Yep,
CJ
to the 2 spot, Seth to the 3, Wiggins in the 4.
So Seth, not even that slow of a lap, just a 31.6, but it was slow enough to move him all the way back to that number 2 spot. Thought it was going to be a lot more for a second, but he got back up there.
Well, CJ had a little bit slower lap as well. Ooh, Setzer having trouble in the back, almost collects Denny. He's able to kind of woe it down.
Lutz slowly working his way back into this conversation. He turned a 30.8 that last lap, only 2 seconds off of our leader.
Seth with a 30.3 back to the lead on a 12.610. These guys are just barely ahead of Tyler Jones' run from the previous race. Ooh, Tanner making a little bit of a mistake. Setzer kind of waiting up and making sure he can get going.
Back and forth, these guys know that time is running out on them, and they have to give it everything to try to go for that TQ in round 2. Denny up on 2 wheels, working his way to the inside of the straightaway. 180, Setzer right behind him. I believe Van Dalen after that. Van Dalen ahead of Tanner on the clock now. Oh, just barely. As time expires, it looks like both drivers are going to finish up. This is going to be Seth Van Dalen's going to get that one by just 0.5 of a second over Tanner Denny on that last lap. So it's Van Dalen, Tanner Denny, CJ Jellin, Ryan Lutz, Jared Wiggins, and Ryan Cavallari, your top 6. Only the top 2 drivers, though, go faster than Tyler Jones's TQ. So top 10 heading into our A heat. It's going to be Seth Van Dalen, Tanner Denny, Tyler Jones, CJ Jellin, Ryan Lutz, Ryan Pavitas, Jared Wiggins, Ryan Cavallari, Brandon Rose, and 10th, Cole Tollard. So that sets the stage here as we take a look at our BeachRC.com track overview for Heat 8. This is our A main group here in the 8-scale Nitro Buggy division, and this is our last heat of the day for Friday qualifying. Drivers discussing that last one.
Yeah, that was Ron Duvall. Ronnie D.
Man, Joe Bornhorst has been out front early a lot this weekend. Hasn't been able to finish off those runs that he started. Do you think he's going to get it done here in this second round of qualifying?
He got really close in this last one. We'll have to kind of see. He was the winner of the heat, and he only got beaten by Jared Tebow. But there is no Jared Tebow to beat this time, unfortunately.
I'm going to put my money on old Dakota Finn. I think right now Finn feels a little bit of like he needs to not necessarily prove something, but he hasn't got a chance to really put in his cleanest of runs yet. He's left a lot of time there out on the track, and again, always fast as Dakota. Usually our fast lap of the round. See if he can put all those laps together and solidify a TQ here. He was close in that last one. Jared Tebow, though, got it done.
Protect pit lane cam. The boys getting ready to go. And they're out on track.
Dakota will be looking for redemption, but nobody more so than Ryan Mayfield will be looking for redemption out of this one. Mayfield did not have a great run that last one. Put himself, I think, 22nd for the round. Very uncharacteristic of Mr. Mayfield. And again, somebody with as much talent and as experience as Ryan Mayfield, I doubt that you're going to see that happen twice. About a minute 20 till we get this one started. Looks like all but 2 have checked in so far.
All right. This guy's going to be getting going in the next 30 seconds. Here's the Ogden, Cole Ogden. Still driving real hard.
His hair's still lush, and he's working his way towards the driver's stand right now. With about 9 seconds until we get this one going. Everybody's done a pretty good job of getting spaced out here. Looks like everybody's going to try to go into lap 1 already on their heater.
It's Cole up the hill to the back section of the track.
Does kind of present a situation. Obviously, we see guys kind of check up there right after the double. You really do have to kind of carry some speed. There's not really an opportunity to just kind of limp it into the start-finish line there. Ogden underway along with everybody else. Dakota going to be the last one to start his lap.
It's Cole through the option line.
Cole was our fastest seeded qualifier, our fastest seeded practice heat. Gets it wrong there over the double on the backside of the track, though. Oh, right in the pipe there a little bit, too. Going to be a tough one there for Ogden. Gets it wrong over the double. Going to let Rivkin to the inside.
So hot lap after the first one. 30.4 from Joe Bornhorst. Tessman in the 2 spot. Sorry, Dakota Finn, 29.7. Says, excuse me, I would like to lead.
All the way from the back doing that. Ryan Mayfield finds himself midway in the pack right now. 31, let's see, we got down to a 30.6. Was a 31.6 before that. Ryan Mayfield working his way up and down the tabletop. Outside option line, back into the double single for Mr. Ryan Mayfield.
Finn comes by with a 30.5, so he's pretty comfortably out front. There he is.
Dakota Finn right now flirting with a 13-lap run. He would be the only driver to do so in the 8-scale buggy class right now. Finn on a mission. I mean, just sending it in there. Drake giving him the inside line. He's going to come up on, I think, Ogden, and looks like got around Ogden there. Going to have Spencer Rivkin to contend with next. Dakota Finn. 12.601 was the pace when he came around last. Gets that double just a tad wrong, but it's right back on the gas. Doesn't lose hardly any time. In fact, matches his previous lap, 30.5, and a 12.603 the pace.
So Finn, like you said, coming up on Spencer Rivkin. Opts to go to the outside this lap. Whoa, catches him really fast.
Rivkin realized how quickly he'd closed the gap and said, you just go.
Not interested in this right now.
I'm trying to stay alive here, and you're moving. And that's what Dakota Finn's doing right now. 30.5 the last lap. He's going to come around with a tick quicker. 30 flat for Dakota Finn. Ty Tessman finding himself in the 2 position. Saw people questioning online saying, have we seen the end of Ty Tessman winning some Nitro Pro events? And Ty Tessman's right there to say, hey guys, I'm still here, and I'm knocking on the back door of being able to TQ this one. 2 seconds behind Dakota Finn is Ty Tessman. X-Ray Canadian working his way on the backside. I believe, is that Cavalieri, or I think that was actually Bornhorst he was coming up on. Yep.
That's
Fuller.
Fuller, yeah.
Yep. Tesman down the back straightaway, working his way through the lunar eclipse holes. He's 2.5 back of our leader, Dakota Fend.
So Finn, Tessman, Bornhorst, Mayfield, Heckert, that's your top 5 right now. Joe comes by with his hot lap of 30.4. He's in 3rd. Only the top 2 ahead of Seth Van Dalen's time. Joe Bornhorst looking to go 7th for the round based on his run at the moment. We got Mason Fuller just sticking right here with Tessman. He's running around in the 5th spot. So Finn, Tessman, Bornhorst, Mayfield, Fuller. Mayfield with a long lap coming, if he's even going to finish it. He might be out.
Man, I tell you what, if that's the case, what about some pressure for our national champion?
That's the one nice thing about ladder formats. All he really needs to do is be in like the top 20. But yeah, making his life pretty hard. He's out of this one though. Here's Dakota Finn, 12.602, well ahead of the field, 4.5 seconds up on the field.
I guess the one thing Mayfield has going for him is that there are 2 additional rounds of qualifying tomorrow, and you really only need to TQ 2 rounds to be in the conversation for the TQ. His downfall is that he won't have much of a tiebreaker if it comes down to somebody between him and someone else. But right now, with Tebow getting TQ in round 1 and having a less than ideal run in round 2, we will see a new TQ here. And right now we're seeing 2 drivers ahead of that. Now only Dakota Fend ahead of that TQ set by Seth Van Dalen.
So Seth looking to go 2 for the round. JB looking to go 3, Tanner Denny 4, Tyler Jones 5 if it was to stop right now.
We said that Dakota would be looking for some redemption here in round 2. Was very close to TQs in round 1, but left a little bit of time out on the track.
Camden moving out of the way for Dakota there.
Every driver having to deal with the ever-changing track conditions. 30 seconds to go in this one. Look who's found their way to the number 2 spot now out of nowhere, Joe Bornhorst. After a 30.5 and some additional 30-second laps, he's going to find himself about 5 seconds back of the Dakota Fend, our TLR J Concepts team driver, working his way over the double single roller here, uphill at Moguls, up on 2 wheels, over the double roller to the back straightaway. Tell you what, it's about as calm and collective as I've seen Dakota's car so far this weekend as well. It looked like he was struggling a little bit early on just with how difficult the track is, but he's looking pretty locked in here in this 2nd round of qualifying.
So Finn, Bornhorst, Tessman, Fuller, Heckert, that's your top 5.
It's crazy how close Dakota gets to the pipe there coming off of that tabletop. It almost looks like his tire is going underneath the pipe as he comes through.
He's trying to finish this one off. This is going to be his last lap.
Looks like he will stay on a 12-lap run. Nobody going to break the 12-lap barrier in the 8-scale buggy class, but that's okay because he only needed to do a 12.603 to get TQ. So Dakota Fend, your round 2 TQ in our 8-scale buggy class. Looks like Joe Bornhorst is going to finish up in that 2nd spot. He's going to go 12.610. So as we said, Seth Van Dalen's going to hold true in that number 2 position overall. Ty Tessman, the 3, Mason Fuller do around. Looks like Mason may have actually, something happened on that last lap. Well, he finishes up at such a slow lap that he drops himself all the way down to the 11th spot. So Spencer Heckert going to end up in 4 out of that heat there. Spencer Heckert going to end up with an 11th for the round, so just shy of making that top 10 as we conclude our final heat of the 8-scale buggy class here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.
So top 10 overall for the round. Finn, Van Dalen, Bornhorst, Danny Jones, Jellin, Tessman, Lutz, Pavidis, Wiggins, top 10.
Welcome back to the Nitro Pro Broadcast Center. We got a chance to take a look at qualifying today for the first round of qualifying here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We're at Adobe RC Speedway in Glendale, Arizona. We got to watch Jared Tebow take an impressive TQ in round 1 of both Buggy and Truggy. Backed it up with an impressive round 2 TQ and Truggy as well for round 2 of qualifying. And then after some bad luck in his Buggy run, we saw the young Dakota Fend pop up to take TQ and Buggy here for our final round. A lot of close racing on the track. One of the big stories, though, Ryan Mayfield right now not in contention in the Buggy class. A couple of rough runs in these last 2 heats. He's going to have 2 qualifiers tomorrow to make sure he has a shot still at TQ or a chance to bump up to that final event. Again, tomorrow our schedule is we're going to have 2 additional rounds of Quali-Point qualifying. After that, we'll get started on some of our lower mains. And then obviously Sunday, you're going to see the primetime events here on Live RC. We want to thank our broadcast studio sponsors once again. A-Main Hobbies, our title sponsor this weekend. We want to thank ProTech Racing, Leadfinger Racing, Techno RC, J Concepts bringing us our instant replays all weekend long. We also want to thank BeachRC.com and Techno. So again, a lot of great racing today. Hope you guys had fun tuning in. We look forward to tuning in again with you tomorrow. Likely we'll get started close to about 8 o'clock tomorrow, like we did today. We'll see you back in the broadcast center tomorrow for day 3 of the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.